promises to be a very exciting day of race action that's going to come your way. It's the second day of round 2 of the JK Tyre National Racing Championship here in Coimbatore. It's bright and sunny, but I can tell you one thing, that today, when you've got race action coming your way across 3 race categories, you've got the bikes, you've got the Novice Cup, you've also got the Formula LGB4. There's a lot to look forward to. First up on day 2 of round 2, what you're going to get is race action coming your way from the JK Tyre Novice Cup. I'm Raman Bhanot. Very quickly, let's go across and see what's transpiring here. We've got, remember, Ruhan Alva, the young kid who's notched up 4 race wins out of 4 so far in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. Can he make it 5 out of 5? Well, the record that he's gunning for is 12 out of 12, something that the young Amir Saeed did last season. And he seems to be well poised on pole position. Lots of last minute advice coming your way, Rohan.
Yeah, getting some help out last minute.
Well, the way you've been racing, I don't really think you need too much of advice or help. You pretty much have things under control.
Advice can always help in case I need it.
Always the modest one. Go well.
Thank you.
Well, Ruhan, I'll leave him to focus on the race that's coming up. The important part is, again, it's a 1-2 for Team M Sport with Ruhan on pole. And on P2, you've got the young Jaden Pariat, who is his teammate. And he'd be looking to go well, as would his family, who's there in support. Well, before I chat with Jaden, I'm going to have a quick chat with his father and his sister, if I'm not mistaken. Just a very quick thought. I can always see the two of you go with fist pumps, all the cheering every time he finishes the race and before he goes into one.
Yeah, well, it's also exciting for us to see him do well. And, he's a new kid in the block, and him achieving so much is a great achievement in itself. So we are very excited for every little thing he achieves.
As a sister, do you give him any kind of pep talk post the race?
Yeah, just to be positive and not have negative vibes.
There you go. Family support for Jaden, the young kid who's done so well this season. Jaden, any last minute thoughts on how you want to approach this race?
Just to keep up with Ruhan and work as a team, that's all.
Work as a team, something that's gone so well for these 2 young kids. Go well. That's the way it is. We've got just a few minutes before the start of this race. Remember, once again, you've got the challenge from a young Aditya Parsuram who's on P3. Now, this young kid has been pushing the 2 M Sport cars all the way through. We saw it in round 1. We've seen it in the first race of round 2 yesterday as well. Can he get one better of the M Sport cars? That's the big question. That's a question that we'll get an answer to right in the next few minutes as this 10-lap race is just about to get underway. Time for me to hand it over to Karthikeya Sinha, who's in the commentary box, as I join him there.
Thank you, Roman, and very, very good morning to all the viewers and welcome to the live broadcast of round 2, day 2 of the 24th JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship, live from the Kari Motorspeedway in Coimbatore as the technical staff now leaves the track. Very quickly, we'll run you through how the starting grid looks like. The championship leader, Ruhan Alva, starting at P1. His teammate Jaden Pariat at P2. Aditya Parsuram, another challenger in P3. Aman Nagdev in P4. Naeem Rizvi, P5. Then you got Hari Krishna Baiju in P6. Gaurav Kochar, P7. Adit Parashar, P8. Joel Joseph and Chetan Suruneni will lock up row number 5. In row 6 is Prathana Murugavel and Advait Jampa. Nitish Chaudhary in P13, Ashish Patel in P14, Krishan Bindal in P15, Shivesh Selvaratnam in P16, Dhruv Soma in P17, Rajkumar Yadavanshi in P18 as the cars take off for the formation lap. P19 will be Praneeth Watway, Mughal Kumar P20, Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar P21, Anvay Hem Rajani P22 and Prabhanj Paruchuri in P23. There was a 5-place grid penalty for Nitish Chaudhary as well as Prabhanj Paruchuri, that's competitor number 14 and 96 for an engine change before the start of the race. 10 laps in this JK Tyre Novice Cup race. This is, remember, the second race in this category in the second round. As far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned, as Raman said, Ruhan Alva has made it 4 out of 4. That means he's on a perfect 40 right now. And he's followed by teammate Jaden Pariat, who's on 22, and Chetan Suruneni also on 22. Aditya Parsuram finished with a podium position yesterday. He's on 20 points in 4th position. Young Joel Joseph with 11 points is in the top 5. Nitish Chaudhary of Momentum Motorsport with 10 points in 6th as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. Now then, as the formation lap almost comes to an end, we'll be ready for 10 laps of the Novice Cup category. Remember, we had 3 races yesterday, one in this category, which was won by Ruhan Alva. TYRE came in 2nd, and Aditya Parsuram took the 3rd and final spot on the podium yesterday. It's an M Sport 1-2 as far as the starting grid is concerned. Now, before the race starts, gives me the opportunity to welcome back Raman in the commentary box. Raman, good morning, and ready for an exciting day.
Absolutely, morning Karthikeya. I've got an eye out on the driver, the young driver who's on P3, Aditya Parsuram of Hasten Performance. The lights go off and so do the cars. Keep an eye out on car number 15. Can he now mount a challenge as they head into C1? The young Aditya Parsuram, he's looked good in patches. He'd like to go past these M Sport cars, but for the moment as they head into C1, Jaden Parriott closes the door and ensures that Aditya can't get past him. Oh, there's an incident. There is an incident with a bunch up of cars in the mid-pack, and this, well, is involving quite a few. If I can count, probably about 7 or 8 cars involved there.
Absolutely, Adit Parashar, one of them, and so is Shivesh Selvaratnam also involved. It's a multi-car pile-up, but so far, because it was in the middle, so the leaders obviously have avoided that. That's Ruhan Alva, your race leader, car number 27. Car 96, that's Nitish Chaudhary also getting involved.
Well, once again, C1 proving to be the culprit. And the mid-pack it was this time around that got involved in an incident at 2 points. One just going into C1 and then around the bend where you had a bigger bunch up. I think it was Dhruv Soma's car that collided with the car from Shivesh Selvaratnam. And that's the reason why that led to the build-up of traffic around that corner on the curb as well. But quite a few of those cars still managing to rejoin the race.
I think that's good with the bulk of the cars back on the racetrack and racing. The safety car will be deployed. The yellow flags are obviously out. It'll be interesting. Even with the red flag out, you can see an incident there.
Yes, and I think the race was red flagged, which is why the drivers up ahead had actually slowed down quite a bit. And then there was a collision coming down the straight too. But the race has been red flagged purely because of this incident, as I said before, involving at least 8 cars were involved there. 4 of them stranded on or around the track, just coming out of C1. As you can see them getting towed off as well.
Well, the car that's been towed off, car 69, Shivesh Selvaratnam. Then you also have the car of Advait Jampa there. And Dhruv Soma, the car on the right of your screen, car number 7. Then you can clearly see the frustration for the 2 drivers in the background.
Yes, absolutely. And Karthikeya, you talked about Shivesh Selvaratnam. He's from Quest Motorsport. And I was just, call it coincidence, when I was coming towards the commentary box, I had a quick chat with Chetan Koradia, who is one of the team owners for Quest Motorsport, and he was saying, okay, one step at a time, we're looking at our young drivers getting there slowly and steadily over a period of time. And there you have it. You have an incident involving a Quest Motorsports car right coming out of C1 in the first lap itself.
Well, the cameraman has just zoomed out, giving us the full crime scene. And we got
extent of the damage.
Absolutely. Car number 4 as well there. Anvay Hemrajani is also involved, and I think that would be the end of his race as well. So with the race being now red flagged, it will be restarted. And the staff getting the drivers on their starting position. Once the cars now line up, this will be interesting to see how many cars, how many competitors have we lost so far. Well, there you can see almost half the grid is empty. Ruhan Alva there at P1. He's all right because he was the race leader. He avoided all that drama. Jaden Parriott as well. Aditya Parsuram also had a decent start. Naeem Rizvi too had a good start. Was putting a lot of pressure on Aditya Parsuram after that first corner. Now it will take a few moments for these cars to get back on the starting positions of the grid.
There's an interesting piece that happened. This, of course, is the bird's eye view of all that transpired. Cars going into C1, coming out of C1. There was a huge bunch up. of cars involved there. Couple of drivers managing to circumvent the traffic and the debris that was there on the racetrack and rejoin the race. The others weren't so lucky because you had at least 4 cars stranded right there. And then, you know, what was the other interesting part was, Karthikeyan, and we'll see if we can get you visuals of that. When the race was actually red flagged, you could see the cars coming out of the final turn onto the straight. The race had just been red flagged. You could see the marshals waving the flag. This is, of course, what transpired early on. I thought a couple of cars from Avalanche Racing also involved, along with Quest Motorsports as well in that incident.
And the second incident that you're talking about on the straight is where now you can see on the track there are a few members of, as far as marshals are concerned, working there, trying to get that patch ready on the track. There could have been some fuel leak as well, and that's why they've got the sand there. They've got all that sawdust also, just trying to make it okay and ready for racing. It happened on the straight, and I think there's no one to be blamed because at the back end there was a yellow flag, but the front drivers were seeing the red flag. That's why they stopped. Well, hopefully all's well that ends well, and we won't have any other losses as far as cars are concerned. That was Chetan Suruneni's car that was involved as well.
And we've seen that happen almost in every race in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. That C1 on lap 1 has given us quite a fair bit of incidents. And this time around, the incident warranted a red flag and a restart of the race. Remember, the entire race is going to be restarted because it's been red flagged in lap 1 itself. So we should have a full race with the original starting grid, which is why you can actually see all the, the realignment happening on the racetrack right now. Cars are being manually pushed and, rearranged on the starting grid. This starting grid is going to be the same grid that was there when the race began before the incident. So irrespective of what the car positions were when the race was red flagged, since it was lap 1 itself, they'll go back to the original starting grid positions. But remember, Karthikeyan, we were talking about the fact that when the race was red flagged and the cars were almost completing the lap and coming back towards the start. Now this is what happened. There were 2 cars involved in the incident, one of them getting a healthy bump on from behind. That was Naeem Rizvi's car that was hit from behind by another car that I thought was from Avalanche Racing. We'll have to reconfirm. Luckily, there was not much damage done on either competitor's car, and both are able to restart the race, is what it seems at the moment.
Raman, this is going to be very interesting, and something I'd like to keep an eye on will be Chetan Suruneni. He's got a clear gap ahead of him, free space, so he will certainly want to go and have a very, very good start there. Remember, Chetan Suruneni is tied for second as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. Him and Jayden Parriott both have 22 points, and now he has a clear space to go on and target the pole setters, the leaders as far as the grid is concerned.
Yes, there's an opportunity there. He's definitely got a sighter on the drivers in the second row for sure, because he's positioned on P8, but there's no driver you can see on P6. So he's got a clear run of track ahead of him, and maybe can target the driver on P4. 6 and 8 not there, so he's on P10 is Chetan Suruneni, and he's got a sighter on the driver at P4, which is Aman Nagdev. Meanwhile, that's Anvay Hemrajani's car that's being towed off. Driver from Avalanche Racing who hails from Nagpur. His race has unfortunately been curtailed. That, of course, is Jayden Parriott. And Mira Erda having a quick chat with Jayden. You can see her there. She's going to be in action later on in the Formula LGB4s. This track is actually cleared out quite a bit. The top shot giving you from the drone giving you a clear idea. This is the incident that led to the race being red flagged. Initially just going into C1, a couple of cars involved, but then the main incident happening when they came out of C1 onto the right hand curve. And then when the race was red flagged, coming back straight down the straight towards the start finish line, there was another incident. And that was where Naeem Rizvi's car was hit from behind. He's in car number 9. He's on P5. Luckily, not much damage sustained to the car. and Naeem Rizvi will be able to restart the race.
So from the looks of things, it looks like we've lost about 6-7 cars in the starting grid. Clearly, you can see the two on the middle part of your screen. Then as you go further back as well, there are a few spaces, grid places empty. So not only does it give the opportunity for the middle pack to go on and target the front runners, it'll certainly make for a very, very good race as far as this category is concerned. And with lesser cars, I think this time C1 in lap 1 could have less drama.
Well, luckily for the pole sitter and the front row drivers, there wasn't much of a problem. The problems happened for the mid pack, where I think they all just clustered up. And you're right. Hopefully, with a few lesser cars on the grid, when they come down that straight, maybe they'll be a little more cautious as well.
You saw the shot there on the pits, getting a little tune up.
Well, there could be a possibility that we might see a couple of drivers starting the race from the pit lane.
So you now got 16 cars on the grid, and overall we have 23 racers participating in this category. So clearly 7 cars is what we've lost, but that's one out there at the DTS Racing garage in the pits. Hopefully they'll be hoping that they can get this car up and running. Clearly the car lost the nose, so that is something that they'll have to work on. That is Hari Ranjan Baiju.
Yes, it does seem to be the case. As far as DTS Racing is concerned, they've got a couple of drivers on the grid. Hari Krishna Baiju is the driver whose car was being worked upon in the pit lane.
And it could be his car that struck Naeem Rizvi from the back. The car obviously sustaining damage. Luckily for Naeem Rizvi, not much damage happened to his car. He's okay. He's lined up on the grid, ready to go. Now, can Aditya Parshuram take advantage of this restart? Can the likes of Chetan Surneni and Gaurav Kochar also have a good start? The car number 7 on the left of your screen, that's Gaurav Kochar. As far as he's concerned, he's 7th in the Drivers' Championship. Gaurav with 9 points. He'd like to get a few points himself.
I'll be interested in seeing how Naeem Rizvi reacts to this position that he's in now. He's on P5, and I wonder if he'd look to dart and take the left lane or the inner lane going into C1 and cover Chetan Surineni's driving line and cover for that angle and the opening that he'll have. So I think this is what will be interesting to see. Driver on P5, keep an eye out on what Naeem Rizvi does. Does he go straight down his driving line, which is the right hand line, the outer line going into C1, or does he dart in towards the inner line and cover that line for preventing Chetan Surineni?
Well, Raman, it looks rather interesting because the bulk of the cars that we've lost in that melee that happened were on the left side of the grid, not on the right side.
Yes, and this is, of course, remember, the formation lap that they'll have to go through again before racing action begins in earnest once again. So a formation lap as the grid had been realigned, and of course there's going to be a clear indication for the drivers also to have a clear assessment of the track now that it's been cleared out.
So the restart of the race, having the formation lap again, and hopefully this time round we'll have a good clean start, and then we'll have good racing action. Opportunity for Ruhan Alva to make it 5 out of 5, and Chetan Thariat, who's second alongside Chetan Surneni in the Drivers' Championship. Both of them have 22 points each. It's a massive gap, 18 points between the first and the tied two in second. That's how, and that tells you the story that how dominant Ruhan Alva has been in this category so far. Made a clean sweep in round 1, winning 3 out of 3, and can he make a clean sweep in round 2 as well? He started well. He's got the checkered flag in race 1. Jaden Pariat, his compatriot, in fact his teammate, came in second, while Aditya Parshuram of Haitian Performance, the lad from Chennai, took the third place on the podium.
It was interesting to see what Jaden Pariat was saying even before the start of the race. He said teamwork. That's what I'd look at to support what's happening as far as Team M Sports concerned. It's a 1-2 on the front row. So apart from just a jostle for the top spot, with your teammates there, then you're looking at also making sure that you're providing a covering line for the race leader if your teammate's the one who's leading the race. So I think coming out of C1, it will be interesting to see if Jayden can get a look in and a spot in the lead. But if not, I think he'll do the job of holding up the traffic and allow Rohan to pull away.
I think this is something that we've seen in the LGB Formula 4 category as well from M Sport. If you've got the likes of either Raghul or Vishnu leading, or in fact previous round 1, we had Sohail Shah when he was leading. The others would cover that. And now we're off again for the restart. So far, so good. It's a decent start for Rohan Alva, decent start for Jayden, and a very good start for Aman Nagdev too. And Gaurav Kocher too also in the things, not as good as a start that Chetan Sundani would have wanted. He's in fact dropped further down, but the 2M Sport holding on to their own, and as expected with lesser number of cars, there's no incident, no drama on C1, and for a change, that's good to see in this category. Going on is Rohan Alva continuing to lead the race. A very poor start for Ashish Patel as well as the M Sport. Chetan Sundani would be a tad bit disappointed now. Might be saying this too early, but with Rohan Alva now leading, he's on track, making it 5 out of 5. But he will be challenged by his teammate Jayden, and also he will be challenged by Aditya Parshuram.
You can see Rohan Alva pulling away, and what Jayden Pariat's done is that he's holding up the traffic. So you'll see the gap opening up between the race leader. Oh, there seems to be an incident there. And was that Aditya Parshuram? I wonder whether that was car number 15. We'll like to take another look at that. Well, it does seem to be that it was Aditya Parshuram who was trying to get past Jayden Pariat. I think his car was spinning off the racetrack. Now the gap is opened up between the top two and the field that follows.
It is Gaurav Kocher who's in third, well behind, and Rohan Alva is leading up to lap number 1. Jayden is second. Naeem Rizvi, another M Sport in top 4. And then you got Joel Joseph of DTS. Oh no! There's another spin, and another one. Is there a banana there? Because you see a couple of them just spinning off, and then luckily back on the racing track.
I think you just missed the braking point, and that's the problem. And then you'll have to go in for a hard brake. The tires will lock up, and that's the brakes will lock up, and that's when you go in for that little spin as you go into C1.
Despite all the practice, all the qualifying rounds these young drivers go through, C1 certainly proving to be a banana skin for most of them. No such problem at the moment, and so far throughout this season for the likes of Rohan Alva and Jayden Pariat, because most of the time they are the front runners.
And the problem is because you're coming down a long straight, you're really speeding, you're trying to catch up, use the slipstream of the car ahead of you, try and get some momentum, going the extra second of speed. You'll see that again. When the cars come down the straight, there is a fair bit of gap between Rohan Alva and Jayden Pariat. So really no opportunity of a slipstream maneuver there for Jayden. You can see some of the cars like this is where you see some sort of action unfolding with car number 31. That was Joel Joseph, who was coming down the straight, trying to use the slipstream of the car ahead. Real resistance. Oh, just straying wide. Gaurav Kocher manages to stay back on track.
Rohan Alva just put in the fastest lap. That's lap number 2, 1 minute 17.797 seconds. He's got daylight ahead of him, clear space, so he can certainly push. There's a lot of pressure there, as you can see on Joel Joseph, car 31. Naeem Rizvi putting pressure, and that's Rajkumar, the Vanshi of Avalanche Racing, the lap from Delhi, car number 33. He'd be hoping that engine is still running and he can get back on the racetrack. Jayden Pariat there chasing his teammate Rohan Alva.
There is a fair bit of gap. There's a gap of almost a second and a half between Jayden Pariat's car and Rohan Alva's car. That's there in your picture frames. Jayden is running second. Rohan Alva, car number 27. He's the race leader. A young lad who's done exceedingly well. Rohan, we talked about it earlier as well, have racing pedigree. The two of them, fathers, race rally drivers. Disappointment for Aditya Parshuram, who spun out. Joel Joseph's got an opportunity now. young driver from DTS Racing, Joel Joseph, who hails from Shripunankara. Car number 31, you can see him really putting in the hard laps.
And as we speak, it is Amarnath Dev who just moved past Naeem Rizvi, and he's moved up to fifth now has Amarnath Dev, and even during that time Chetan Suruneni was putting pressure on Naeem Rizvi. So I think that little bump that he got at the end of that first start is probably causing a bit of issue for Naeem Rizvi. He's not going as fast as he would like. Talking about fast, remember when we had you talking to Jaden Prariat before the start of the race, his sister said the only advice I give him after the race is go faster, go faster. Well, certainly this is the time if he has to go faster. He's in second, he's about second and a half behind Ruhan Alva, although both are teammates, but you know, on the racetrack it's every man for himself. That is your race leader Ruhan Alva, followed by Jaden Prariat onto that straight, coming to the end of yet another lap.
So 4 laps gone now. You'll see that updated on the graphic in your screen in just a bit. Completed 4 laps of the race. It's a 10-lap race, remember. Each lap having a distance of 2.3 kilometers. So overall 23 kilometers around the Kari Motorspeedway is what these cars are doing, the Formula cars are doing. Now that's a great move, and Chetan Suruneni looks to go past, and I think he has managed to go past Naeem Rizvi.
Naeem Rizvi, he started.
And Karthik, I get a feeling here that Joel Joseph has gone past Gaurav Kochar as well. Or is that, of course, for now we're following Ruhan Alva, he's in car number 27. Jaden Prariat's running second. But keep an eye out on what's happening for the third place, because I think there's a battle unfolding for the third position.
It's always good to see while Ruhan Alva is right well ahead of everyone else. There's still competition, there's still a fight going on for places like 4th, 5th and 6th. Chetan Suruneni is pushing for a top 5 to get as many points as possible. Joel Joseph is pushing for that third spot as we come to the end of lap number 5. Again, Ruhan Alva continuing to maintain a healthy lead, about a second and a half over teammate Jaden Prariat. That's moved up, gone up to 1.63, and it seems that Gaurav Kochar has maintained his third spot for the moment.
Yes, Joel Joseph is in 4th, but he's moved ahead of Amarnath Dev. So Amarnath Dev slipping to 5th, Chetan Suruneni in 6th after 5 laps. That's the way it is going at the moment. And there's almost a gap of about 4 seconds between Amarnath Dev and Chetan Suruneni. Best lap for Ruhan Alva, the race leader, was the second lap of the race where he clocked 1 minute 17.797 seconds. Overall, the fastest time that we've seen today has been from Jaden Prariat. 1 minute 17.927 was the fastest from him. But of course, Ruhan Alva has been overall in this race the fastest in lap 2.
1 minute 17.797, that's the fastest lap overall, as Raman was talking about, by Ruhan Alva. Ruhan Alva, the young lad, he's been so impressive. Goes slightly wide on that occasion, the final turn of lap number 6, but manages to get back onto the track. Not much damage done, no damage done in fact.
As you can see, Karthik, there's another point that really is highlighted when you look at these JK Tyre Novice Cup cars that are being used, and you see the roll bar. You can see the roll caging just behind the driver's helmet. You can see the metal bars, the roll bar casing that you've got has been enhanced for in providing better driver safety in case the car turns turtle. It will provide complete protection to the driver, and that's another highlight of the JK Tyre National Racing Championship. The fact that safety is never compromised, and that's really a high point, that these cars might be going at top speeds on a racetrack, but yet all elements of safety are taken care of.
Very rightly said, while thrill and speed is something that we get here, but safety is of paramount importance at this event. Ruhan Alva in lap number 7, continuing to lead by just about a second ahead of his teammate Jaden Prariat. M Sport will be happy, not just because Ruhan will make it 5 out of 5, but it will be an M Sport 1-2. Gaurav Kochar about good 6.5, close to 7 seconds behind race leader Ruhan Alva, under 6 seconds behind Jaden Parriott. Joel Joseph will maintain his position. In fact, it's a very good performance from him. Remember, started at P9, Joel Joseph, but although we did lose a few drivers in that first start, but still he is in the top 4. Aman Nagdev will be a tad bit disappointed. Started at P4, he's dropped down to 5th. And Aditya Parshuram, who had spun off, he's done very well to make up all those lost spaces and be in the top 6.
I remember he was one of the regular podium finishers that we've seen across races so far in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what Aditya Parshuram can do. If he is able to claw his way back into the top 3, I think that is going to be a stupendous effort. We're 7 laps down. This is the 8th lap of a 10-lap race, so there's not much time left for Aditya Parshuram, to make up the gap that remains. He's about 2.5 seconds behind Aman Nagdev at the start of the 8th lap. So I wonder if he's able to close down that difference, maybe at least move into the top 5, if not the top 3.
I think that'll be a good achievement for young Aditya Parshuram, coming in the top 5, considering that he had that little incident, slipped off, lost quite a few places. That's Sunny Singh. Hawkeye. The proper eagle's eye, just making sure everything's right. Nothing misses his eyesight, that's for sure. Right then into lap number 8. Seems like Jaden has slightly closed that gap on Ruhan Alva.
Yes, not a lot of difference, one has to say at the moment. Naeem Rizvi would be disappointed because his car's slowed up. He's somehow holding Chetan Suraneni back for the moment. That's what we could spot.
It's going to be a good contest now for 4th, 5th and 6th, with Joel Joseph, Aman Nagdev and Aditya Parshuram all vying. They have Hare Krishna Baiju trying to make the move. Jaden Parriott there coming in 2nd. Now Ruhan Alva will run into a few back markers, and how he avoids them, that will be interesting. It's gone past one with ease, no problem. So has Jaden Parriott. Coming to the end of yet another lap.
And we're heading into the final lap of the race now. And Ruhan Alva looks good to take another race win. This is the final lap of the race. A young lad in car number 27, though he is being chased down by Jaden Parriott. I think there is still a gap of about a second between the two. About 3 car lengths at least between those two. And I think that should be enough for Ruhan Alva. He's a young lad, but a very seasoned campaigner despite his young age. And I think he's got a mature head on his shoulders to hold this lead.
Well, he's certainly showing that the maturity that he has, the cool head on his shoulder that you were talking about, Raman. He's every time he's come up, and well,
oh, there's a problem there, and once again it's Aditya Parshuram in car number 15. He had moved up to 5th, and once again his car spinning off the track onto the gravel. There's another incident, and there are at least 2 more cars involved in that, including Ashish Patel
and Hare Krishna Baiju.
Oh dear, there are in the final lap, there's still a set of nerves, and the desperation of some young drivers to try and make a mark has led to a couple of incidents. But I really feel bad for Aditya Parshuram. He could have finished in the top 5 after making a comeback. I don't think that's going to happen now. But it will be a race win for Ruhan Alva. Jaden Parriott once again finishes 2nd. It's a 1-2 for Team M Sport.
Well, that's how it started, and that's how it has ended. Ruhan Alva taking the checkered flag. Jaden Parriott coming in 2nd, and Gaurav Koshar will take the 3rd spot on the podium. And as Raman said, Aditya Parshuram will be very, very disappointed. He was doing very well, then he slipped off the track, lost quite a few places, did all the hard work to come into the top 5, and just a few corners before the end of the race, he slips again, and he's lost out on that top 5 finish. But incredible from Gaurav Kochar too. Remember, started at P7 and gets on to the podium. Ruhan Alva led the race from start to finish. Yet another dominating performance by Ruhan Alva, the lad who comes from Bangalore. and his teammate Jaden Parriott, the lad from Guwahati, taking the second spot on the podium. Happy days for M Sport and a very good start as well for the team. It's a 1-2. And it's not just for the Drivers' Championship, but also the Constructors' Championship, the Team Championship. That's clearly 18 points in the kitty for M Sport. So Ruhan Alva, with that win, will make it 5 out of 5. A 5-star performance so far from Ruhan Alva. He's on track to make it equal as far as the record set by Amir Saeed was concerned. Last season Amir did 12 on 12, and so far he's ticked 5 so far as Ruhan Alva. This confirmation on the bottom left of your screen, the winners: Ruhan Alva, the first place finish, Jaden Parriott coming in second, and Gaurav Kochar coming in third. Decent effort by Joel Joseph, car number 31, that's on your screen now. The young lad Joel Joseph of DTS Racing. Prabhanj Parushari, car number 14. After the race, as we've spoken about earlier as well, all the cars go through the mandatory weighbridge. Naeem Rizvi will be a bit disappointed. Car number 9, Naeem Rizvi of M Sport. Exciting young lad. What an exciting race we've had to start off day 2 of the second round. Aditya Parsuram, the young man on your screen now, car number 15, will be very, very disappointed. Chetan Surneni did well, he tried as well. In the end, not enough to get a podium place. You can see Gaurav Kochar there roaming around, stepped out of the car. Done a very good job, starting from P7 to seal the third spot on the podium. The usual culprits at the top of the podium, that is Ruhan Alva, Jaden Parriott coming in second. Ruhan has been absolutely phenomenal so far this season. As Hari Singh, Chief of Safety. So we had a very, very exciting race to start off day 2. So very quickly now. So those are your winners.
Pit lane to open in 5 minutes.
Have a look at the highlights now of this opening race. So that was the start. Ruhan Alva had a very good start, but then that happened. That incident of corner 1 and corner 2, which resulted in about 6 or 7 cars. And then the end of that also was a little incident. Hari Krishnan Baiju, I think it was, who banged behind Naeem Rizvi. Then the race was red flagged. After that it was a restart, and as usual, a very good start for Ruhan Alva and Jaden Parriott. It was a very good start for Aditya Parsuram as well, car number 15. He was eager to put some pressure on the 2 M Sport. There you can see he's right behind Jaden Parriott. Ruhan Alva had opened up a decent gap between himself and his teammate. And from start to finish, it was Ruhan Alva who led and who won the race. Jaden Parriott did try in the very end, the last few laps, to close down that gap, put as much pressure as he can. That was another incident. That was Raj Kumar Yadavanshi, the lad from Delhi. But it was these two who were well ahead of the chasing pack. That's where Ashish Patel took advantage, moved one place ahead. Chetan Suruneni did try hard, but in the end just could not get the top 6.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
So we've had the first race of day 2 in the second round of the 24th JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship, live from the Kari Motorspeedway in Coimbatore, and it's the usual suspects of Ruhan Alva and Jaden Parriott. Two of them on the screen. On your right is Jaden Parriott in the white suit, on the left Ruhan Alva, enjoying, obviously why not, finishing first and second. Both have a smile on their face. High fives all around for the M Sport team. Good performance from Gaurav Kochhar as well to nick a podium place. Members of team JK Tyre, Hari Singh there, Neha on the right and Solomon on the left. Slightly warmer than yesterday. On the morning it was a bit cloudy, but the clouds have gone. It's nicely bright and sunny, although the clouds do keep coming back. Family members of the race winners. So Ruhan Alva, the race winner there. Very calm, very composed. Some words of advice there for the young drivers. Remember Hari Singh himself, former champion, rally champion.
Right, check. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado,
so now the racers just gathering around and getting ready for the prize distribution ceremony at the presentation area.
ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I request Mr. Hari Singh to please join us on the presentation. The legendary Hari Singh.
That's Jaden Parriott's family on the left, his sister, the middle father.
Right. Without further ado, we will start from number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause from Team DTS Racing. Joe Joseph, well done. Congratulations. Go up to the podium.
So third place finish for
Coming at number 2, Jaden. What a fight you've done to bring it down.
Gaurav Kochhar, Jaden Parriott coming in second of M Sport.
Coming in at number 1, the race winner, Ruhan Alva.
And the race winner, as always in this category throughout the season, Ruhan Alva from Bangalore.
Gentlemen, this is the time to please pick up your trophies together.
Proud moment indeed for those family members of both Ruhan and Jaden. Hari Singh joining them on the podium, on the stage. Remember Hari Singh, Chief of Safety.
Very, very nicely done. Welcome to the post.
And obviously there is the award for the technician as well.
Go pick up your trophy.
One for all the photographers now. Ruan Alva winning the race. Jaden Parrott coming in second. Gaurav Kochu taking third. Smiles all around for the teammates, for team members, and also for the family.
Podium finishers. First and foremost, let's have a quick chat with Joel. Congratulations on a podium finish, Joel. But they say that the race isn't over till it's over, and a lot of things happened on that final lap.
Yes.
Can you talk us through what happened? Because you were running fourth at one stage going into that final lap, but a lot of things transpired there.
Yes, I was expecting a fourth place, but on the last corner was a twist. Second last corner. The momentum drivers. Last lap.
Well, Gaurav probably was the one who was ahead of you, and he spun in that final lap, and that gave you a podium finish. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful stuff. But let's have a quick chat with the M Sport boys. Again, another 1-2, and it almost seems as if you guys have got it wrapped up, haven't you?
Yeah. Like I said at the beginning, we just work as a team and get through the race.
Just talk me through this, Jaden. We saw you pushing Ruhan initially, and then during the middle laps, so to speak, there was a gap of about a second and a half, and then going into the penultimate lap, we saw the lap timings and the gap between the two cars closed down to under a second. Were you giving it a shot, maybe thinking that towards the end you might be able to pass him?
Yeah, it was like a really tough race to control the car. The car was not really to our liking, but somehow I tried to control and try to catch up to Ruhan.
Well, let's have a quick chat with Ruhan. Ruhan, now 5 out of 5. You're making a habit out of it.
Made a mistake this race, which I wasn't too happy with. Exiting the last corner, ran wide and missed my shift. Lost about at least 6-7 tenths due to that. So that got Jaden back into the slipstream range, which wasn't too good for me, but was able to stay ahead.
Well, I'm sure both your fathers and your families are really proud. I can see the two dads coming out on the racetrack before the start of every race, talking you through, what you expect. What's the mood like in the family?
Yeah, everyone's just really energetic and excited for the races, and
your way before a start?
Once in a while.
Well, congratulations. I don't think the way you've been driving, you need more of it. Go well, guys. Those, of course, are podium finishers as far as the JK Tyre Novice Cup race is concerned. Do stay with us. We've got more live race action coming your way in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through. To stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control. They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
So that was race 1 for the second day. fourth of the weekend done. Before we get started with the fifth race, that's the LGB Formula 4 category, we'll head to the race track where we've got Raman Banod there.
Remember what happened yesterday in the Formula LGB4. In the top 6, there were 5 Dark Dawn racing cars, and yet the one car that wasn't a Dark Dawn racing car, a car from Ahura Racing driven by the young Amir Saeed, went on to clinch a race win. We're heading into another race of the JK Tyre Formula LGB4 category at the National Racing Championship at Coimbatore. And the man who starts off on pole position is none other than Ashwin Datta, a very talented young driver who starts off on pole. I'm sure he's getting a whole lot of last-minute pep talk. I'm going to go across and have a quick chat with him. Ashwin, all set for today?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, all set for today.
I'm sure the team would like to put the disappointment of what happened yesterday behind them.
Yeah, I'm sure, and we're just looking forward to getting a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's all. And looking forward to the race.
Go well. That's Ashwin for you. He starts off on P1 as far as this race is concerned. It's an interesting grid because I'll just move out of the way. And if you look at the top 4 on the front row, it's a Dark Dawn Racing, M Sport, Dark Dawn Racing, M Sport combination. So in the top 4 on the front 2 rows, you've got 2 Dark Dawns on 1 and 3. And on 2 and 4, you've got the 2 M Sport cars. And I'm going to have a quick chat with Mohammad Rayan. He's in car number 45. Mohammad Rayan, just a quick thought on how things are lining up and what the strategy would be.
So yeah, obviously the first race we were lacking a bit of pace yesterday, but we managed to finish in quite good position. We got few points for the team, and today we will see how it goes. But we're always focused. We've always been focused, so we're just gonna focus on our race now, and I'll try being consistent, and we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, not trying to overthink things. Go well, Rayan. That's just the way this young lad's approached his racing, not trying to complicate too many things. Said I'll do it one step at a time. Now, we talked about what happened yesterday with Dark Dawn. They were expected to maybe just roll over and take the entire positions on the podium. It wasn't the case. Amir Saeed went on to beat the Dark Dawn drivers and go past them. Arya Singh starts off on P3 on this. Arya, any specific thoughts for today's race?
I'm just looking forward to a nice race, hopefully to be on the podium. It's a nice place to start from, and hopefully I can have a nice race.
Well, go well. I think the one thing that seems to be a common refrain as far as Team Dark Dawn Racing is concerned, the idea is a little more cohesiveness in the approach of the drivers, a little more teamwork, and maybe, who knows, things could go a totally different way for them today. But again, you look at, I was talking about how the top 4 had 2 Dark Dawns and 2 M Sport cars. Look at what's transpiring behind that. Vishnu Prasad's on P4 from Dark Dawn, from M Sport, and then on P5, and you'll again spot another Dark Dawn Racing combination on P5 and P6. So Dark Dawn again in qualifying have done an exceedingly good job. Let's have a quick chat very, very quickly with Vishnu Prasad. He starts off on P4. Vishnu, the seasoned campaigner, multiple time national champion. You've had this habit of clawing your way up the grid, even if you started in the mid pack. Here, you've got a sighter on the guy at P1 as well.
Yeah, hopefully we can have a good race. We know we are better in the race as a team, so hopefully we can have a good start and see where we go from there.
Well, go well, wishing you well, and hope you make the most of this Sunday. This is a crucial day. Remember, there's one more Formula LGB4 race to come after this one. So 20 points up for grabs for this race and the one that follows in this race category. And that's the reason why you'll see a certain degree of nervous tension. Just under 3 minutes before we get into the formation lap. Time for me to hand it over once again to Karthikeya Sinha in the commentary box.
Thank you, Raman. Under 3 minutes to go before the start of this race. That's the LGB Formula 4. In the meantime, we'll quickly run you through the grid. Remember, the reverse grid kicks in now. Ashwin Datta will start at P1. We got Mohammad Rayan at P2, Arya Singh at P3, Vishnu Prasad at P4, Diljit TS in P5, Sandeep Kumar in P6, Tejil Rao P7, and winner of yesterday's race, Amir Saeed in P8. So that's the reverse grid with the winner starting the top 8 that finished the race yesterday. That order is reversed. So the winner will start at 8, the runner-up will start at 7, and the second runner-up at 6th. After that, you got Anushriya Gulati at P9, Soro Shatari at P10, then you got Meera Erda P11, Chitesh Mandori, another former champion at P12, Shrey Diwan P13, Akshay Kapoor P14, Bashir M P15, Priyanshu Talian, and P16, Ashok Lal, P17, Bala Prasad, who got a 5-place grid penalty for an engine change, starts at P18. Then you got Mehul Agarwal, P19, Mohit Aryan at P20, Raghul Rangosamy, a former champion himself, starting at P21, Chirag Ghorpade, the young lad, at P22, and Yokeshwaran Krishnavelu, the guy everyone in M Sport calls Yo-Yo. He will start right at the back of the grid on P23. So all the technicians make way, leave the track. As you can see, there's just 1 minute to the start of this race. Vishnu Prasad, who Raman spoke to very shortly, has so far got a slight lead in the Drivers' Championship, couple of points ahead of yesterday's winner, Amir Saeed. Vishnu Prasad with 25 points leads, with Amir Saeed in second with 23, and Sandeep Kumar with 17 points in third position. We'll have a formation lap, and that will be followed by 15 laps of intense racing in the LGB Formula 4 category. Off they go for the formation lap. This is the 5th race of this weekend, 2nd of the day and 2nd of this category. That's the LGB Formula 4. Will be very interesting. And Ashwin Datta, who was very disappointed with how things turned out yesterday, and in fact did a couple of races in the first round as well, he would be hoping to make a mark here straight away. Heather did not finish DNF Ashwin Datta. In fact, he finished 8th with Ashwin, and so far he only has 4 points, gathered 3 points in round 1. Not something that he aims for and he sets the standards for. He was fairly disappointed, and now he has the opportunity to capitalize. Starting at P1, Ashwin Datta will be hoping to make full use of that. Now, with the formation lap underway, we've got Raman Manod back in the commentary box. Welcome back.
Thanks so much, Karthikeya. I think there's another driver who'd be a little disappointed with the way this grid is shaped up, and that's the young Amir Saeed. Because yesterday he was the race winner in the Formula LGB4 category. It was the first ever race win for Amir Saeed in this race category, and a race win for Ahura Racing. We just saw car number 23, a glimpse of that red car that's coming around the bend now. So he'd be a little disappointed that he doesn't get a look in the top 6, so to speak. He'll have to line up behind the the Dark Dawns, the M Sports, who have dominated the front 2 rows. As you can see them lining up now.
As the reverse grid kicking in and making it a little more difficult, but these are the kind of challenges that you'd want to see this young man Amir Saeed, fight and live up to, and then go on and if he can from here go on and get a podium finish, that will be I think exceedingly well done.
Absolutely, it would be a good result for him. Remember, yesterday it was Amir Saeed who'd notched up a race win, so because the reverse grids kicked in, he's starting off on P8. Tijil Rao's on P7. Oh, you've got a stranded car on the track. It's car number 66 that belongs to Yogeshwaran Krishnavelli of Ahura Racing. It does seem to be Yogeshwaran.
He was with M Sport till last season, Yokeshwaran Krishnavelu, jumping ship, just like Amir Saeed.
Well, Amir Saeed moved to a different race category as well, so therefore the switch from M Sport to Ahura Racing. But for Yogeshwaran, this is moved to Ahura Racing, and he's out of this race. But the race getting underway now as the lights go off, darting in. You could see Tijil Rao just pressing Amir Saeed against the inner line of the wall. I wonder if Amir's managed to get past him. There's an incident going into C1 straight away.
Well, I think it was Vishnu Prasad who made contact with Ashwin Datta. That was a very good start for Arya Singh as well, but he avoided that contact and he came through those tyre barriers. And now Diljit TS is the one who's been the beneficiary of this. He's now the race leader. End of the race, it seems, for former champion Raghul Rangasamy as well.
Yes, and I think you could see Ashwin Datta walking off. He'd be a tad disappointed in the first lap itself, heading into C1, getting involved in an incident, and the Dark Dawn Racing drivers race starting from P1 is over.
Well, Vishnu continues to be in second, and if I'm correct, it's Amir Saeed who's moved up to third as well. So tremendous start. Yes, it is Amir Saeed of Ahura Racing, car number 23 in third. This is what happened. There's a bit of contact from behind, and that's the car number 5 of Ashwin Datta. Well, and that's car 10 of Arya Singh coming through the tyre barriers, avoiding any damage. And with all that happening, Diljit TS capitalizing. The yellow flag is out, so no overtaking allowed at the moment. There's only one M Sport in the top 7, and that is of Vishnu Prasad.
Safety car is going to come out on the racetrack. An incident that involved at least 2 cars, one from Dark Dawn, one from M Sport, and you can still see Ashwin Datta's car as the finding it being somehow being taken off the track by the recovery team. This is what transpired. Healthy contact from behind, and I think it was Mohammad Ryan's car that made contact with Ashwin Datta's car from behind, sent him careening earlier, first into the barricades, and then he spun around as well.
Very unfortunate for Ashwin. This season hasn't gone to plan as far as he's concerned. He's only got 4 points so far, and that's once again, let's see, what happened there. It wasn't like something that happened in the Novice Cup category. It was that as a side-to-side or a tire-to-tire contact, Raman, but there was something that Mohammad Ryan was coming in, and he just made contact from behind.
Absolutely, and I think it was just the tension of wanting to make an impact, and this is what happened. You had a feeling that Ashwin Datta was going into take the inside left-hand line, made contact with Mohammad Ryan's car, making contact with him, and he collided with one of his teammates as well, and that was Arya Singh's car that he collided with. And luckily, just luckily for Team Dark Dawn Racing, Diljit TS managed to get past that little collision involving his 2 teammates and managed to get his car through, while Arya Singh just drove past the tyre barricades and rejoined the race as well.
Well, luckily for Arya Singh, the contact after the spin from Ashwin did not hamper his race. The safety car is now in the pits, so we'll have full racing action resuming now. Let's see how Diljit TS plays this. He's put it on a slight halt, holding the racers back.
Look at the top 4 at the moment, the way they're bunched up on the racetrack. You've got 3 former national champions in the top 4 and a young gun, Amir Saeed, who's looking to make his mark. Now, let's see how they're going to go about their task. Leading the pack is Diljit TS, Vishnu Prasad right behind him. Then there is the young Amir Saeed, and now Sandeep Kumar is making the move. Look at Sandeep taking the inside line. Will he be able to go past him?
A slightest of mistakes there from Amir Saeed, going ever so slightly wide, and that allowed car number 3 now, Tijil Rao, to challenge him. Initially was Sandeep Kumar, now he's been pushed wide, and it is Tijil Rao on the inside. Can he take away the 3rd position? Seems so he will, and Sandeep Kumar has dropped down to 5th with Amir Saeed battling with Tijil Rao for the 3rd and the 4th spot.
Still a Dark Dawn Racing car that's leading the pack at the moment. That's the key. There's Tijil Rao in 3rd. There is Amir Saeed in 4th and Sandeep in 5th. So there's a battle on. But Vishnu Prasad is now looking to reel in Diljit TS, who is the race leader.
Terrific from Tijil Rao. Remember, Tijil did very well yesterday as well. Got some points, in fact finished 2nd. So it's been a good weekend so far for him. If he can maintain that, he'll be under intense pressure from young Amir Saeed. Remember, he started at P8. Amir Saeed, he's moved up to 4th now, although he's dropped down with a place with Tijil Rao overtaking him, but he's not letting it go. He's sandwiched between the 2 Dark Dawns of Tijil Rao and Sandeep Kumar. The action and the challenge now will be for Vishnu Prasad to chase down Diljit TS, and we all know about the rivalry between these 2 teams.
It's interesting, Amir Saeed just braking early as 3 cars almost going toe-to-toe. Finally, you had to see Sandeep brake to ensure that he didn't careen into his teammate ahead of him. It's still Tijil in the lead, and now jostling for that 4th spot was Sandeep, and another Ahura Racing car just slides off.
And it seems now that Sandeep Kumar has overtaken young Amir Saeed. Amir Saeed now drops to 5th, and it is, if I'm correct, 3 Dark Dawns in the top 4 with Vishnu Prasad, the only M Sport battling in the top half.
Absolutely, confirmation of that with Diljit TS, the race leader, followed by Vishnu, and then you get a couple of dark dawn racing cars. You'll catch it from the other angle. This is Tijil Rao. He's followed by Sandeep Kumar. They're running third and fourth. In fifth now is the red car of Ahura Racing, driven by Amir Saeed. And then there's another, I think, dark dawn racing car right behind him.
That's Arya Singh, car number 10, chasing Amir Saeed, trying to put pressure on him. And then there's the Ahura, if I'm correct, I'll just get that confirmation. That could be Sarosh Vataria behind Arya Singh, but that's your race leader, Diljit TS. Followed and chased by Vishnu Prasad, two former national champions, and they are at it. Diljit TS will certainly like to keep it the way it is, with him being the race leader, and that's the confirmation. Diljit TS leading, Vishnu Prasad second, Tijil Rao third, Sandeep Kumar fourth, Amir Saeed fifth, and Arya Singh sixth. So that's 4 dark dawns in the top 6.
Which is brilliant stuff. I think they're trying to atone for what happened yesterday, where they had 5 dark dawn cars in the top 6 on the starting grid, and yet it was Ahura Racing who won the race, with Amir Saeed clinching a win. The fastest lap time, 1 minute 17.163 seconds. Diljit TS is the one who's clocked that fastest lap time, but the gap between him and Vishnu Prasad right now is down to half a second.
This will be very, very interesting. Remaining 11 laps around at the top of the race, as well as the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Now, we do say that it was disappointing for Dark Dawn yesterday because they had so many cars in the top 6, but eventually they did get 2 places on the podium, with Tijil coming in second and Sandeep getting third. So there were a few points there accumulated by the team. They look to get to the top of the podium today, with Diljit TS leading the race. That's the end of lap number 5 now. Diljit TS continues to lead, and Vishnu Prasad slightly closing that gap, under half a second. We got Sandeep Kumar, who's passed Tijil Rao. Sandeep has moved up to third. Tijil's dropped down to fourth. Amir Saeed there, you can see the red car for a fraction of a second. He's in fifth, chased down by Arya Singh as well. That's the battle going on for 4th, 5th and 6th. In fact, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, if I may say, because 1 and 2, that's Diljit TS and Vishnu Prasad, they've peeled slightly away from the others, about 2.5 seconds ahead of everyone else.
I think this is going to be a crucial part of the race, the middle laps. I think that's where the concentration needs to be held by these drivers. We saw that yesterday as well, a slight flagging of concentration towards this part of the race, and you could end up making the odd error and giving your position away. The other thought that Vishnu Prasad will be having in his mind is that the pace at which these 2 cars are going, the top 2, Diljit and Vishnu Prasad, I'm sure very soon Diljit TS is going to be running into the back markers. So once that happens, maybe there's a window of opportunity that will open up for Vishnu Prasad. So that's why you see him trying to keep a close pace with Diljit, try and keep himself in the hunt.
What's interesting is even Sandeep, who's in third, he's also looking to close the gap between himself and Vishnu Prasad, and Diljit Rao is also very closely behind him. So it's still not over as far as the chase for the second is concerned. Well, there's Mohammed Ryan, car number 45, just jumping through that corner.
Yes, he's trying to catch up with Sarosh Hataria, the team principal for Ahura Racing, who's on the team and racing today as well.
He's a very aggressive driver, Sarosh Hataria, and he certainly is someone who likes to have a go and pushes the car right till the very limit. Now there's an intra-team battle going on as well for 3rd and 4th, with Sandeep and Tijil fighting out for that spot.
Till the time that the racing is clean and they don't impede each other's way or their progress in any way, I think the team principal is going to be a happy man. You want a clean race, especially if it's among teammates, and the last thing you want is one taking the other out. Oh, there's problems here for an Ahura Racing car, and we just try and confirm quickly who that is. The rear tire, the rear right tire has just come off, and I wonder if that was just a racing, was that a racing incident, or just something that happened during the course of the race as a rear tire coming off, coming undone.
Right, then we've already have Ashwin retire early on, and now we got another Ahura Racing car That's been pushed away. Well, I just want to see if that's Amir Saeed or Anushya Gulati.
Amir Saeed still in the race. I think that's Sarosh. Is that we'll have to confirm in just a bit.
No problem for Diljit TS though. Diljit TS usually with car number 7, this time running with car number 44, the lad from Thrissur, Kerala. The yellow flags are out, so is the safety car.
There could be an issue there. There could be an issue for the young lad. Yes, you're right, Kartike. And we'll have to reconfirm. For the moment though, yes, the safety car is going to be coming out on the racetrack. And I wonder if that was Amir Saeed. We'll have official confirmation of that soon.
Well, if you look at that, yes, it does look like it's Amir Saeed, because now you then suddenly got 3 dark dawns together. But otherwise it was 2 dark dawns, one Ahura and then another dark dawn of Arya Singh. But now you've got Sandeep, Diljit and Arya together, and they're chased by another red. That was a Sarosh Ataria, although still awaiting official confirmation. But it does look like that's the end of the race for young Amir Saeed. Now with the safety car out, all that gap there was between 1, 2, 3 and then 4, 5, 6, 7, that will be evaporated, that'll be taken away. Now this will be another opportunity for all these 4, 5 dark dawns, 4 dark dawns to try and get ahead and possibly push Vishnu further back. If not in the top 3, then at least the 4th position and get a dark dawn 1, 2, 3, and that certainly will be very, very well perceived. Yes, that's car number 23. That is Amir Saeed. That's the confirmation. Well, so unlucky for the young lad. He's done so well starting from P8 to move up, and then that's the end of the race. That's a fair amount of damage as well to the rear right of his car as well.
Really disappointing for the young lad, because I thought he was doing exceedingly well, pushing for a podium finish. But now, of course, all drivers are driving behind the safety car. The yellow flag's out. The track's been cleared pretty quickly, so I don't really see the safety car staying out on the track for another lap.
Keep an eye out on the lights of the safety car, and once again the start that Diljit TS now gets from here will be very, very important. Vishnu Prasad will know, he will have his own plans as well. He's a wily old fox, he's a very experienced campaigner himself, as you said, a seasoned campaigner, so he will know what to expect from Diljit TS, and vice versa. Diljit will know that Vishnu will be eyeing to make a move himself. So this, all in all, a recipe for a very, very spicy start again. Just have to wait and see. Yes, the lights are off, so the safety car will go back into the pits. This will be again a very interesting start. Diljit TS will probably try and go as slow as possible and then suddenly shoot out from that corner. Yes, that's what he does. He's done that. Vishnu Prasad also, well, understanding that that's what he will do. He's also right behind his the race leader, and now Vishnu Prasad will try to put pressure on this straight, and so will the other dark dawns. That's car 9. Sandeep Kumar trying to make a move. Vishnu blocking that way, and you got Tijil Rao as well involved. And Arya Singh on the outside was Vishnu Prasad. From the inside came in Diljit TS, not allowing the yellow M Sport of Vishnu to pass by. So it still remains Diljit TS leading the race, Vishnu coming in second, Sandeep Kumar third, and Tijil Rao fourth, with Arya Singh coming in fifth. Sarosh Ataria moves into the top 6 as well.
Well, let's see how this pans out, because we've seen a car spin off as well. One of the back cars right at the back of the grid spinning off and rejoining the race.
Well, they've avoided that corner now. Vishnu coming in on the inside. He's certainly someone who will not let it go till the very end. He's putting pressure. But Diljit TS himself, very experienced campaigner. He knows the lines he has to follow. And there's pressure from Sandeep Kumar on Vishnu Prasad. Sandeep Kumar also not letting go. He's eyeing a second or a first place himself. So there's, as they say, every racer for himself on the racetrack. They may be teammates as well, but Sandeep himself will be looking for a better finish than a third.
Mohammad Ryan's car's the car that's lost a nose, so the aerodynamics on the car really off, and on the straight that's where he'll feel the drag. And I'm sure the car's going to start slowing down when it's on the straight.
And despite that, he's moved up one position. He was It was Sarosh Ataria who was 6th, but Mohammed Ryan has come up and he's moved up to 6th, pushing Sarosh back down to 7th. And the GTS has now opened up a very slightly, albeit maybe a 2-car length gap, but a 2-car length gap is better than none.
Oh, yes, and I think there was a little contact there between Sarosh Hataria's car and Mohammed Ryan's car. Luckily, both of them still on the racetrack. Mohammed Ryan holding his position, but Sarosh Hataria is going to give him a run for his money. He's trying to vie for that 6th position. As you'll see, the red and yellows come around just to the corner of the screen.
So Diljit is slightly peeling away, about half a second ahead of Vishnu, and now there's this good battle going on for second between Vishnu Prasad and Sandeep Kumar. Sandeep Kumar, remember, doing ever so well. Sandeep is 3rd in the Drivers' Championship. He's got 17 points, so he'd need points himself. And the top 3 are so close with Vishnu at 25, Amir Saeed 23, although it's the end of the race for Amir Saeed, so he's not getting any more points. But if Sandeep can get a few more points more than Vishnu Prasad, then that'll help him close the gap.
Yes, this is, remember now, 11 laps done. We're into lap number 12 of the 15-lap race. I wonder if Sandeep's going to have his go now, taking the outside line. No, Vishnu holds his own. He took the inner line, did Vishnu, and he's held on for the moment to that 2nd spot. But right behind him, you've got now 3 Dark Dawn racing drivers. Sandeep, Tijil, Arya Singh, right there waiting for an opportunity to pounce.
Well, then there's Mohammed Ryan now sliding off, and Sarosh Ataria overtakes him. He's now moved up to 6th. So that's car 99 of Priyanshu Talyan. That's Mohammed Ryan, 45, already lost the nose. He's clearly not very happy with may have been a contact, not very sure.
I think there was always some bit of jostling going on between him and Sarosh Hataria as Sarosh was pushing for that 6th position. Now, Vishnu Prasad, he'll have to hold off that challenge from Sandeep Kumar.
And maybe in trying to hold off that challenge, Raman, that plays in the hands of Diljit TS, because if he's trying to hold them back, that allows Diljit TS to extend that lead. That's where the incident happened with Mohammed Ryan, and that's the end of his race. Spinning and getting off the track, and look at that gap that he's opened up now. Now on the inside, car number 9, Sandeep Kumar. Pressure from Tijil Rao as well. It seems that at the moment he's come ahead of Vishnu Prasad and Sandeep Kumar, and yes, he has managed to do that. He's sandwiched now, and in fact he's lost not just 1 but 2, but he's gained 1 place back as Vishnu Prasad. He dropped down to 4th, now he's back onto the 3rd position, and he's putting pressure on Sandeep Kumar.
That is teamwork from Dark Dawn Racing. Sandeep Kumar taking the inner line, you had Tijil Rao taking the outside line, and Vishnu Prasad, in just attempting to hold off that challenge from Tijil, left the door open for Sandeep Kumar to sneak past. So though on the graphic you'll see Vishnu Prasad in 2nd, actually for the moment in the race, in this 13th lap, it's Sandeep Kumar in car number 9 who's ahead of Vishnu Prasad, who's in car number 6.
And Vishnu certainly will not like that. He will have a go. He'll have a right go. And now it seems like Tijil Rao is making his move. He's on the inside. Will they push Vishnu back to 4th? Yes, at the moment that's happened. Vishnu Prasad has dropped down to 4th with Tijil Rao moving up to 3rd. Sandeep Kumar 2nd. Diljit TS obviously leading the race by quite a few seconds now. So it does look like a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3 at the moment. But Vishnu will like to change that.
And I think Arya Singh has a role to play as well. He's right behind Vishnu Prasad, and you'll see now that the tag team is going to work with Arya Singh and Tijil Rao trying to keep Vishnu at bay.
Well, they do say every driver for himself, but when it is that rivalry that is between Dark Dawn and M Sport, then certainly that goes out of the window. You can see Vishnu Prasad being sandwiched between the Dark Dawns of Sandeep, Tijil and Arya Singh, while LGTS continues to grow that gap between himself and 2nd. That's more than 5 seconds now, the gap between Diljit TS and Sandeep Kumar, who's 2nd. That's the battle going on there for 2nd, 3rd. Now it seems Tijil Rao is trying to make a move on his own teammate Sandeep Kumar, but Sandeep holds him back. Sandeep now very experienced. Obviously Vishnu will be clearly very, very disappointed. Well, had that 2nd spot with him. He's a couple of, I won't even say mistakes, but very well done by the others.
Now look at this. This aerial view is going to give you an exact perspective of how far ahead Diljit TS is. You could see his car is way ahead of second place Sandeep Kumar, who's in car number 9. The reason why we're tracking what's happening there was there's a battle on for 3rd, 4th and 5th. But this is the race leader who's going to take a race win pretty soon as he heads into the final lap of the race. 1 lap to go now. We're in the final lap. And it is Diljit TS who's leading. Sandeep Kumar 2nd. Vijil Rao's 3rd. Vishnu Prasad is currently 4th with Arya Singh currently 5th, but he's going to push Vishnu Prasad for that 4th spot now. Will Arya Singh. You can see car number 10 jostling with Vishnu Prasad, the only yellow in that frame.
And he's done it! He's done it! As Arya Singh, he's pushed Vishnu back to 5th now, so it's a dark dawn. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, they've got their act together on Sunday, haven't they? Team Dark Dawn. We just saw a quick glimpse of the team principal in the dugout for Team Dark Dawn Racing. You could see the smile on his face. Before the race began, I could see him having a chat with the young Ashwin Datta, who was on pole, telling him probably they had a strategy for this race. Unfortunate that Ashwin got knocked out of the race early on in the first lap itself, but the other Team Dark Dawn Racing drivers have done their job.
Well, young Chirag Ghorpur has also moved up to 6. Car number 36, Chirag of Momentum Motorsports. Very, very highly rated young racer. He's obviously got his best years ahead of him. But at the moment, this is your race leader coming through the final corner of the final lap. Diljit TS coming in to take the checkered flag.
He's in fact lapped a back marker as well as Diljit TS. And now, what do we have here? Is there going to be another little surprise? Yes, I think so. Vijil Rao finishes 2nd ahead of his teammate Sandeep Kumar. So although it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Team Dark Dawn, it's Vijil Rao who takes another 2nd place finish ahead of his teammate Sandeep Kumar, who's been a former national champion as well.
Vishnu coming in 5th, so that will give him 4 points. He moves up to 29 now. Obviously these are provisional, they will go through scrutiny, and the race win for Diljit TS takes him to 22 points. 10 points for Diljit TS. He had 12 before the start of the race. That's a bunch of points there for Dark Dawn as far as the Constructors Championship, Team Championship is also concerned. So a very, very happy start in the LGB Formula 4 category for Dark Dawn. Diljit TS starting at P5, going on to win the race. Vijil Rao starting at P7, coming in 2nd, and Ashwin, in fact, I beg your pardon, Sandeep Kumar, who started at P6, comes in 3rd. That's your race winner, Diljit TS. Not in his usual car number 7, he's in car 44 for this round. I think the number is doing the trick for him, isn't it? A race win straight away on Sunday afternoon for Diljit TS. He's a man who's always got a smile on his face. You can make that out even behind the masks that we wear. You can see Diljit TS is always smiling, and he's done a very good job. Diljit TS, your race winner. Vijil Rao 2nd, Sandeep Kumar 3rd, and it's a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3 and a 4. Once again, after every race, the mandatory weighbridge for all the racers. Priyanshu Talyan, car 999, Priyanshu from Delhi. The car with the driver gets weighed, and that's, once it's cleared, you sign the paperwork and move ahead. Second runner-up, Sandeep Kumar. I think although he's got a podium finish, he'd be slightly disappointed because he was coming in 2nd at the very last moment. Vijil Rao pushed and nicked that 2nd spot away from him to take himself to 2nd and pushing Sandeep back to 3rd. Arya Singh coming in 4th. That's the 4th Dark Dawn. Arya started at P3. He'd be a bit disappointed, but nonetheless amongst points, not just for himself but for Team Dark Dawn as well. Good result for young Chirag Ghorpur. Young Chirag started way back in P22, and he's come up and he's in the top 6. So that's terrific performance from the young chap, highly rated, one for the future. Disappointment would be for M Sport. Vishnu Prasad started at P4 at point of time. He was second in the race. It was point of time. He was putting pressure on Diljit TS. That's the man on your screen, Diljit TS, as I said, always smiling, always laughing, and he's always got that smile on his face. So Vishnu would certainly be disappointed, not at a point of time being second, not finishing in one of the podium places. But all in all, a cracking race on Sunday on day 2. The first race of this category on Sunday. We already had one race yesterday. We'll have another one in the LGB Formula 4 category later on in the day. We've got, in fact, one race from each category remaining. One in the Novice Cup category, one in the LGB Formula 4, and one, obviously, the Royal Enfield GT Continental Cup. Congratulations all around. That's Ashwin Datta. He's obviously very, very disappointed. Race didn't go according to plan for him. Solomon there giving a fist pump to Diljit TS. That's always good to see Diljit TS. Always smiling, always enjoying. We're talking about how exciting the race was. Very quickly, let's take a look at the highlights. Was a good start for Arya Singh. Remember, it was a Dark Dawn M Sport, Dark Dawn M Sport, and then 2 Dark Dawns in the top 6. It was the reverse grid kicking in. So Amir Said, who had won the race, had to start at 8th, with Tijil Rao 7th, Sandeep Kumar 6th, Diljit TS starting 5th. After the formation lap, off they went, and you clearly see all on the right, diving in towards the left. That was the little incident which ended the race for Ashwin Datta. It was Mohammad Ryan who made a little bit of contact. Obviously, I'm sure unintentionally, but still, that was the end of the race for Ashwin Datta. All that drama allowed Diljit TS, who's in car 44, to take the lead. And this is where that battle was going on between Diljit TS and Vishnu Prasad. Then you had Sandeep Kumar and Tijil Rao, followed by Amir Said and Arya Singh. That was the end of the race for young Amir Said. It's a little incident. You can see the rear right suffering quite substantial damage. He had to be pushed away from and out of the racetrack, and the car had to be towed away. That's when the safety car came out. All the gap that the top 2, that's Diljit TS and Vishnu Prasad, had built above the rest of the chasing pack, that was taken away. But luckily, both the times, the safety car only remained out for a lap. This is where Vishnu was trying to put more and more pressure on Sandeep Kumar. This, again, that's the way it all starts. Diljit TS maintaining that advantage, and here was when Vishnu Prasad was, if I can say, tormented by the other Dark Dawns in Sandeep Kumar, Tijil Rao. Eventually, they did success. We've got. This is where Vishnu lost a couple of places. Sandeep Kumar moved ahead of him, and also Tijil Rao in the next lap took the lead away. Let's very quickly go to the prize distribution ceremony.
Congratulations.
Those are your race winners, and obviously that on the right is Gaurav Gill.
And raise them up in the air. Raise them up in the air.
LGTS, your race winner in the middle. Tijal Rao, second, and third will be Sandeep Kumar. Gaurav Gill from New Delhi, Arjuna Award winner for motorsports. Competes in the Asia Pacific Rally Championship. First Indian driver to win the FIA Asia Pacific Championship. In fact, he went on to win it 3 times in 2013, 16 and 18. Like I said, he's the first ever person from the field of motorsports to win the coveted Arjuna Award from the President of India in 2019. Won the Indian Rallying Championships 7 times, did Gaurav Gill. Won several stages in the World Rally round in Australia.
You got 3 of them on the podium. Sandeep, just quick thoughts, trying to forget what happened yesterday where we had 5 dark dawns in the top 6 and yet you couldn't get a race win, one of your drivers. So happy with the result today.
Yeah, I mean, as I was telling you yesterday, till the flag drops in the last lap, you never know who the winner is. And this time also, I think Vishnu gave a good fight with Diljit throughout in the initial part of the race. And then once the safety car came in, the whole thing changed. So, yeah, it was fun racing. I mean, good drivers make this thing more interesting to drive every time. Yeah.
Let's have a quick chat with the young Tijal because teammates going at each other and yet clean racing overall. Tijal would be happy the way you passed Sandeep towards the end?
Yeah, it was a tough fight with Sandeep. I think the whole race we were very close, and yeah, I mean it was an absolute mad hell of a race for me. Like really good race. We had a lot of fun this race.
You know, there was a point of time where the two of you, the way you were going with Vishnu in the mix, the 3 of you were, some pace off the man who went on to finally win the race. Diljit TS, who seemed to be at least about 5 to 6 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. What were you firing on in all cylinders, buddy?
It's fuel. I mean, as Sandeep said, it was a very good, very good race, and I had a very good tight fight between me and Vishnu. And throughout the race, I was just waiting for these guys to catch us. But then, then Vishnu started making mistakes. I guess he started falling behind, and then Sandeep caught him up, and then they had their own fight, and that's where I was able to make a good lead.
Well, I think a great result for Team Dark Dawn Racing, and as you said before you walked onto the podium, this will stick. I think I can post the picture of the podium finish.
Yeah, it's like not like last time, so definitely.
Well, another race to come, gentlemen. I'm sure you'll have your team plans worked out.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the team worked really hard, and yeah, as you can see the results. Yeah.
Go well for the last one of the race, the last race of this round today.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, guys. That's what we have as far as this race is concerned. To everyone else who's watching, remember that's action that's coming your way from round 2 of the JK Tyre National Racing Championship. There's still more racing action to come, and of course a little lunch break for the drivers before we get race action of the remaining 3 races of the day. But meanwhile, we will also very quickly try and show you all the action that's transpired so far in the JK Tyre National Racing Championship for this new season, the action that transpired yesterday, and of course also the action that highlights of the action that transpired in round 1 as well, while there's a little breather between races that happened today. So do stay with us, don't go anywhere.
So remember, we're in round 2. We already had round 1 last month. We're trying to get you the highlights of the first round as well. That was an exciting start to the season. That was round 1. Start off with the JK Tyre Novice Cup. Ruhan Alwa starting at P1, Chetan Parry at P2, the 2 M Sport, Aditya Parsuram there in P3. We had the likes of Abhilash Jr. as well in that race. Slightly warmer back then, last month. Off they went for the first race. Halt there, not a very good start. This was the corner that's been a test for these young racers. You can see in the background Karthik and Chandrasekhar there was involved in that crash. That's Karthik and Chandrasekhar's car. Obviously, with all that melee and drama happening, the race was red flagged. Drivers lined back. That's what happened there. You can see the debris flying all over. Kishan Bindal's car being towed away. So with that red flag, obviously all the staff had to come out and put the cars on the starting positions on the grid. Also restarted the race. Remember, 10 laps in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. Again, very good start for Rohan Alva, followed by Jaden Parriott. Aditya Parsuram in third. At the moment Rohan Alva gets ahead, Aditya Parsuram did very well to overtake Jaden Parriott there. And there Aman Nagdev's car, the brakes just locking, the tyres just locking. Ashish Patel, car number 40, the yellow one, also just slipping and skidding off the racetrack. Rohan Alva was put under pressure, albeit not so much, but he was chased down by Aditya Parsuram as much as Aditya could. But Rohan Alva was obviously, and he has been a class of his own throughout this championship. So Rohan Alva took the checkered flag. Aditya Parsuram came in second. Gaurav Kochar also amongst the podium finishers. There's Gaurav on the left, Aditya on the right, and the winner in the middle. Then we move on to the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. These are, remember, the highlights from round one. Anfal Akhtar started at pole position. We had Anish Shetty starting at P2 and Alvin Xavier at P3. It was a very good start for Anfal. Bike number 5. That did not stay for long, as by corner number 2 it was Anish Damodar Shetty from Hubli who had wrestled the race lead. From there on it was just him, although he was challenged by Alvin Xavier throughout. Alvin at the moment was third. He was chasing down Anfal. Anfal in second also. It was the battle for 1, 2, 3, and then it was the rest of the pack. That was Saeed Muzammil Ali just slipping off, going slightly wide on that occasion. That's what happened there with Saeed. By that time, Anfal Akhtar had dropped back, and it was Alvin Xavier who was chasing Anish Shetty. These were the only two who were battling it out, well ahead of the rest of the pack. That's when Alvin Xavier made his move, took the lead away with only 2 laps remaining. Alvin was looking set to win the first race in this category in the opening round. They were very well chased down by Jayant Prajapati, but on that corner is when Anish Damodar Shetty made his move. Alvin again took the lead back, and coming into that final lap now, this is where Anish got that lead back from corner number 1, and it remained like that till the very end. So the lead was exchanged like yo-yo, like seesaw, from one end to the other, from Alvin to Ashwin, Ashwin to Alvin, and in the end, when the checkered flag was waved, it was Ashwin who took the race win, followed by Alvin Xavier, and coming in third was Jayant Pratipati. 30,000 rupees for the race winner, Anish Damodar Shetty. Now moving on to the LGB Formula 4 first race of the season in round 1. Remember, Raghu starting at P1, R Singh at P2, Sandeep Kumar P3, Diljit TS P4. We had the former champions Jitesh Mandodi and Amir Said, the young gun, also involved. Amir, remember, was in the Novice Cup category last season, winning all 12 out of 12. This season, he's been promoted up, if one can say, to the LGB Formula 4. It was a poor start there as the noses of some of the cars went flying away. So very good start for Raghu, who started at P1, maintained that, but very quickly that was taken away by Arya Singh, car number 10. The battle is always on between the Dark Dawns and the M Sport. Vishnu Prasad also always involved in the mix of things. So is the likes of Sohail Shah, who's not here for the second round. It's car number 24 there, Sohail Shah. That was the end of the race for Mira Erida, car 18. That was Sohail Shah who had taken the lead then. That was the little incident between Vishnu and Tijil Rao. The safety car had come out, but the moment it went back out, that's when all the action started. Vishnu again trying to come on the inside and make a few positions. Very well blocked by that's the incident with Ashwin Datta and Sandeep Kumar, both teammates, Dark Dawn teammates, colliding with each other. Sohail Shah leading, followed by Arya Singh, who is car number 10. Sandeep Kumar was also there. Diljit TS involved in the mix of things as always. Rahul dropped down to 4th. Remember, started at P1. Sohail Shah then took the checkered flag, followed by 2 Dark Dawns. Arya Singh coming in 2nd, Diljit TS coming in 3rd. The winners joined by Hari Singh, Chief of Security and Safety. Now on to the second race of the Novice Cup category in the opening round. Again, Ruhan Alva starting at P1, Jaden Parry starting at P2, and Aditya Parsuram again trying to make the move on the inside. But Ruhan Alva has done very well to fend him off from start to finish. He continues to lead the race. That was that little incident, one of the Momentum Motorsports cars sliding off, spinning. No problem at all for Ruhan Alva from the moment the 5 Reds went out. He took the lead, made sure that remained the same till the very end. Car number 27, as you can see on the screen, that's Ruhan Alva, the race leader, followed by teammate Chetan Pariat. Aditya Parsuram too did have a very good opening weekend, so did Chetan Suraneni. Amongst points, all of them, Nitish Chaudhary. But there was no catching up to Ruhan Alva. There was that incident between Gaurav Kochar and Aman Nagdev. Aman in car number 70, Gaurav car number 17. Obviously with that, the yellow flags were fluttered, the safety car came out, and that made absolutely no difference as far as Ruhan Alva and the race lead was concerned. Jaden did try to catch up with his teammate for a lap or so, but in the end, Ruhan Alva proving it's too good for everyone on that track in the category as he came through the final corner, taking the checkered flag, making it 2 out of 2 race wins in the Novice Cup category. Jaden Barrett coming in 2nd and Aditya Parsuram taking the 3rd spot. Again, Hari Singh, Chief of Safety, joining the young guns on the stage. Then we had the LGB Formula 4. Chirag Ghorpade starting at P1, car number 36, did have a decent start, but very quickly was outdone by one of the M Sport as he lost that race lead by corner number 3 and 4. And who else It was car number 6, Vishnu Prasad, who was putting all that pressure on the young Chirag Gurpure. Car number 23, Amir Saeed, also involved as the safety car had come out. Vishnu then with safety car diving into the pits. This was Amir Saeed who overtook Vishnu, in fact overtook one of the other M Sport, but did put a lot of pressure on Vishnu Prasad. Amir Saeed, obviously one of former M Sport team members, was in the different category. We were talking about that when he overtook Vishnu for a fraction of a second, that maybe, it's Vishnu who's been his mentor. And then when Vishnu came back, we said, well, maybe he hasn't taught him everything, has he? Chirag, they're coming in third, Amir Saeed second, Vishnu continuing to lead. Slightly going wide, that allowed Chirag Gurpure to wrestle and move into second position, but Amir Saeed was having none of it. There's the contact that led to Chirag Gurpure losing the nose of his car. And also another M Sport car, that's car 45, Mohammed Ryan's car. Sandeep Kumar slipping, skidding, spinning and getting back to racing then. Vishnu Prasad taking the checkered flag, winning the race, and 10 maximum points for Vishnu. Amir Saeed of Aura coming in second. Chirag taking third. Then we go on to the Novice Cup. Remember, these are the highlights of round 1.
Kari coming in second. Looking at action that unfolded in the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup 2021, presented by JK TYRE, which included a female biker as well from Pondicherry. The lights went out. Everyone had their eyes on Anish Shetty on bike number 17, the biker from Hubli, who setting the pace, pushing ahead of the rest of the pack. Jayanta Pratipati of Hyderabad was running second at one point of time, being challenged for that second spot, but no real problems for Anish Damodar Shetty, though you had Alvin Xavier pushing Jayanta Pratipati hard for that second place all through the race.
Did try and make his move, but Jayant did block that. It was the fastest lap, the opening lap, and Anish Damodar Shetty, who would remember won the first race of round 1 in this category, was leading comfortably. This is where Alwyn Xavier made his move, came up to second, Jayant dropping down to third. Anfal Akhtar was also in the mix of things. He was in fourth. That's Anfal, the third bike.
And as the race progressed, you saw Alwyn Xavier go past Jayant Pratipati and move into a second spot, pushing Jayant down to third. And then there was always a battle on between Alwyn Xavier, the lad from Thrissur, and the race leader Anish Shetty from Hubli. But this time around, you saw that Anish Shetty had pulled away from the rest of the pack, a fair margin of gap. And then there were problems for Jayant Pratipati, whose bike just slid as he went into the corner, and what should have been a podium finish for him in the end turned out to be disappointment.
Absolutely, it was Anfal who took the final spot on the podium. Alwyn Xavier coming in second, and Jayant taking the top spot of the podium again. In fact, Anish Shetty. And although this one was not as close as the first race, where the race lead was exchanged twice in the final lap of that race between Alwyn and Anish.
Right, and then we head into action from the Formula LGB4 category. Remember, we're watching highlights from round 1 of the JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship, the 24th edition that's on. Again, the good part was that you look at every race category, the young girls looking to make an impact on the racetrack, whether it was Anushka Gulati or it was Amira Erda in the Formula LGB4 category, and the biker from Pondicherry in the Royal Enfield category as well. But this was an event-filled race.
Zena Fernandez, the young female biker from Pondicherry you're talking about. Diljit TS, as I said, car number 7 in round 1. He's on to car number 44 now in round 2, making our jobs a little bit more difficult. Vishnu Prasad there, overtaking Diljit TS. Vishnu, car number 6. Again, very closely followed by Diljit TS. Diljit there making his move. There's always that intense battle going on between the Dark Dawns and the M Sports. Sohail Shah also in the mix of things, in third at the moment. Car number 24 is not here with us for this round.
Yes, but this was an intriguing battle. You had in the top 5 2 M Sport cars, the yellows, and then the 3 Dark Dawn racing cars at 1, 4 and 5 in terms of positions. But the jostle was on, and Vishnu Prasad, using all his experience, going past Diljit TS. Remember, both of them have been former national champions, Diljit and Vishnu Prasad, so they've got a fair bit of experience battling against each other. There's another former national champion, Sandeep Kumar, who's in car number 9, who was in the mix in the top 4 as well. Ashwin Datta was in 5th.
Sandeep, obviously the defending champion in this category, won by a whisker last season when Ashwin Datta crashed in the final race, allowing him to take the championship. And it was Sohail Shah took the checkered flag, Vishnu coming in second, and it was third. In fact, was Sandeep Kumar with the third, and it was a 1-2 for M Sport.
Moving on to the other second race that happened. As far as round 2 is concerned, the first race of this category, the JK Tyre presents the Royal Enfield GT Cup, Continental GT Cup, that's being organised for the very first time in the JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship. This is of course highlights of round 2 action that happened on day 1 of round 2, which was yesterday.
It's a very good start for Mika Viduraj, who was chased down by Anish Shetty. And then that advantage didn't last very long for Miku. In fact, Mika and Anish took the race lead very, very quickly. Alwyn Xavier also always in the mix of things. So is Anfal Akhtar. He's running 4th at the moment in this race. There's a lot of pressure on Mika.
And I had a chat with Anish Shetty post the race, and he said the bike was giving him some issues, which is why he wasn't able to get the ideal start. But as the race progressed, he was able to get control of how his bike was behaving, and that's when he got the opportunity to go past Mika Viduraj, and he went on to take the race lead.
Mika, from being the race leader, dropped down to 3rd with Alvin Xavier coming in second. And the battle between the two is always something that we've seen throughout this inaugural season of the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. The battle between Anish Shetty and Alvin Xavier. Anish putting in the best lap number 4, 1 minute 17.349 seconds, and this has been the script so far in this category. The two up ahead in Alvin and Ashwin fight for top honours. On that occasion, it was Alvin Xavier who had taken the lead away from Ashwin. Something like that happened in round 1 as well, and by the time we complete the sentence, we speak about it, the leads were re-exchanged as well. And that's been how this category, these two have fought so far. Coming in for the end of lap number 8, Alvin Xavier was leading till then. Anfal Akhtar was coming in third, but Anish is not someone who let that go. He will want to finish on the top of the podium. That's the kind of character he is.
And overall, there was a battle on for sure between Alvin Xavier, and then came this incident involving Lokesh V, whose bike slid off, and these are heavy bikes, remember. Heading into the final lap, this is where Anish Shetty managed to pass Alvin Xavier, and I was having a chat with Alvin post the race, and he said, though I was leading going into the final race, there was a bit of debris on the racetrack. As I tried to avoid that debris on the racetrack, there was an opportunity that opened up, and I knew that Anish would go past me then.
Well, you give Anish an inch and he'll take a mile. That's the kind of biker he is. Got that opportunity, took the lead in the final lap, and took the checkered flag as well early on Saturday morning, the opening race of round 2. So it is Anish who's won all 3 races in this category, and Alvin who's come second in all 3 races in this category. Anfal coming in third this time round.
That's a handy result for Anish Damodar Shetty, who's leading the standings as far as the JK Tyre presents the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. As we headed into the JK Tyre Novice Cup race on day 1 of round 2.
So the first race of this category in this round, Ruhan Alva starting at P1, and Aditya Parsuram was at P3 right behind him. It was a very good start for Aditya, and so was it for Jaden Parriott. It's a bit of a mix-up. We see that quite often. Car number 31 there, Joel Joseph, although he was okay to get back on the track and start again. Corner number 1 has proved to be a bit troublesome for all these young racers, Adit Parashar and Joel Joseph. That was the end of their race. The race was restarted. It was red flagged for that. And with that restart, Ruhan Alva again had a very, very good start. Aman Nagdev in the mix of things, so was Aditya Parsuram, but the 2 yellows of M Sport in Ruhan Alva and Jaden Parriott had absolutely no problem at all from P1 and P2. And once Ruhan Alva gets up ahead of everyone else, then there's no stopping him. The safety car again came out, obviously because of that problem at C1. When the safety car went back into the pits, it was normal racing action with the likes of Hari Krishna Baiju also chasing the a top 5 finish.
But again, it was Ruhan Alva who set the pace, while Jaden Parriott held off the competition that came behind him from Aditya Parsuram. And this has been a common story, a common track around which the story has unfolded in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. The pace being set by Ruhan Alva is also had a very, very cool and calm, composed approach to racing. He's not tried to overcomplicate things. The strategy has been well thought out, and once he pulls away from the pack, there's really nothing that can stop him. He's got the clear line of sight ahead of him.
I think something like this happened in the last season as well with Amir Said. The moment he took the lead, there was no catching him, no one tried even close to him. Now that's exactly how this season has been with Ruhan Alva as well. Jaden Parriott tried his best, tried hard. That was the issue with one of the car, Nitish Chaudhary's car of Momentum Motorsport, smoke blaring out of the back of his car, and he had to retire, obviously, with not more than 2 to 3 laps remaining in that race.
The interesting part was you had Chetan Surineni trying to keep himself in the mix, trying to keep himself in the hunt for points, trying to finish in the top 5 and try and stay at least close in terms of the overall driver standings to maybe challenge for that second spot as things progressed. Remember, Rohan Alva with back-to-back race wins was opening the gap up between himself and the second place driver in the top spot.
So another win, another race and another win for Rohan Alva. Jaden coming in second, Aditya Parasuram taking the third spot on the podium. Joining the winners on the stage was Ms. Sita Raina, Chairman for Women in Motorsports in India. Has done a lot of hard work to promote motorsports amongst women in this country. Then we go on to the LGB Formula 4 category, the first race of this category on Sunday. That's on Saturday, in fact, that was yesterday. Arya Singh starting at P1, car number 10. It's a good start for Arya as well. Sandeep Kumar, car number 9, looking to take the inside. Diljit TS, Amir Saeed as well in the mix of things. Amir did a very good job there to move up a few places. Did drop down to third momentarily. End of the race for Chirag Ghurpare, the blue car you saw for a fraction of a second. That's Chirag's car, car number 36. Arya Singh leading the race. Obviously with the Chirag crashing, the safety car had to come out. With the restart, constant pressure from Amir Saeed on Arya Singh. Amir Saeed there making his move on the inside, taking the race lead away from Arya Singh, and once he did that, like he did in the previous season, once he leads, there's no stopping him, and that's exactly what happened. He was well ahead of the rest of the chasing lot. Sandeep Kumar in second, Tijil coming in third at the moment. That's car number 23. Going wide was Sandeep. Arya Singh dropping out of fourth. Ashwin Datta in fifth. Vishnu Prasad, the former champion, in sixth. There was that little contact. That was the end of the race for car number 8, Mohit Aryan. That's what happened. Had a bit of contact with Mehul Agarwal of M Sport. Mehul could continue. Mohit's race came to a halting end. With that, the safety car obviously coming out. All the lead that Amir Saeed had built up, that was taken away. With the lights going off, safety car going back into the pits. This is where the temperament of this young racer Amir Saeed was tested, and he came out with flying colours. He passed that test with flying colours, making sure that did not give even half a chance to anyone. Vishnu Prasad there through the tyre barrier as there was a contact between him and Ashwin Datta. Ashwin Datta's race came to an end. Again the safety car came out, and again that test for Amir Saeed, and he passed that 10 on 10. No problem for Amir Saeed. Competing with the former champions, national champions, competing with experienced campaigners, competing with drivers like Diljit TS, Vishnu Prasad, and staying ahead of all of them speaks volumes of the talent, of the maturity that the young Amir Saeed showed throughout that race. And it's not like he was well ahead. There was constant pressure from Tijil Rao, who's in second, car number 3, as you can see. Tijil continuing to chase him. Sandeep obviously in third, Vishnu coming in fourth. An ultimate lap going on with Amir Saeed still under constant pressure from the 3 Dark Dawns behind him. Diljit TS moved up to fourth, dropping Vishnu back to fifth. Beautiful bird's eye view of the Kari Motorspeedway as they come in through the final corner. And Amir Said took the checkered flag. What a moment for him. Amir winning the race. Tijal Rao coming in second. And Sandeep coming in third. So those are your winners. Amir Said, his first podium win. And Ahuda's first place finish. Those were the highlights so far.
Welcome back once again. We've got live action coming up in just a bit, but for the moment, right here at the Kari Motorspeedway in Coimbatore, I have with me the one and till now the only Arjuna awardee in motorsport. Come to the show, Gaurav.
Nice to see you.
As always, he's here to impart some rallying tips as far as young drivers are concerned, his teammates are concerned. Thanks to the JK Tyre presents the GG Advanced Driving Academy that you're running, trying to get a lot of young drivers up to speed with what's required on the track and off it while rallying?
Yeah, of course, that's the initiative by my academy and with JK Tyres. We're constantly looking for fresh talent, new talent, so that, they can continue our legacy in the sport from JK Tyre and, the years that I've spent with my career. And it's very important to, nurture fresh talent. Also, the fact that we're actually teammates. We are a team. So I'm passing on all my knowledge that I've gathered around the world, driving some of the best cars on the planet. It's important to do that as my bit, which is what I feel, and it's also important to see, drivers come up with, good knowledge and good speed and, become talented sports people.
Well, you've got the, the rally circuit hotting up from next season with the rally coming up in Vizag. So I'm sure a lot of questions came in from your teammates and the young drivers whom you were taking the classes with.
Yeah, of course, it's especially the new rally which is coming up, which is in Vizag, and it's going to be a very specialized event because it's on the beach road is what I hear. So that means it's going to be on the actual public street, and it's going to be super fast. I've heard that we'll probably be touching 200 kilometers an hour on those roads, so that's going to be very exciting. That means a lot of difference in driving, the car setup, and people, our teammates and the other boys have no experience to drive at such speeds because we haven't had such events in the past. So that's why we had an academy right here on the Kari track to give them a feeler of how high-speed driving with the rally cars can be.
We're talking about cars, but I remember watching Gaurav Gill on mobikes, on racing, on the racing circuit as well, rallying as well. Of course, he's had a calling for speed, if I can say that. I can see the RE Continental GT Cup bikes lining up behind me, Gaurav. You've raced, you've rallied, you've done bikes as well. I remember a time where you were probably broken a few bones in your body, and every time that you walk through a metal detector now, it does tend to ping at the airports. Just talk us through that experience as well.
No, it was obviously a harrowing time, obviously, but riding and racing on motorcycles and crashing is all a part of actually racing two wheels. You're going to go fast, you're going to go hard, you're going to crash, but you get up, get on the bike and go hard again. So that's what riding is all about.
But talk us through the transition, because you're someone who's been there, done that, from bikes to cars on the track and then to rallying as well.
Yeah, it's been a great transition. I've actually raced everything on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, everything, maybe even power boats, So the only thing left is aircrafts.
Never say never.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, bikes always, I started my career with bikes and I really loved motorcycles. I still do love them today. They were a big part of my growing up in my career and helping me with becoming a really smart rally driver eventually. Because when you're on 2 wheels, you have very little time to think, very little time to decide, because you are literally running on 2 inches of grip from the front and the back, right? And because you've got only 2 tires, and you got to make the most of it. You make mistakes, obviously, but you learn from them, and you come out to be a better person, a better driver, a rider, and eventually a better athlete. So it's been a very tough journey. Yes, I had my accidents and my fair share of crashes, a fair share of lying down on the bed, more than actually spending time on the track or in the rally. So I had enough of that. Then I switched on my career with rallying with JK Tyres, and that's where Sanjay Sharma Hardy offered me to drive. He said, enough of you spending time in the hospital, get into the seat.
Well, talking about getting into the hot seat, what's the calendar looking like for Gaurav Gill now?
Well, it's going to be a busy couple of months for sure because we've got the Indian Championship. I've got some drifting on the agenda. Wow. Yeah, so that's something new that we're looking at. And of course, as soon as we get into the new financial year, we're looking at some World Championship events back into the WRC. And hopefully from there, we'll chart out a year and hoping to be a busy year finally after the pandemic.
Well, super stuff indeed, Gaurav. And a quick advice to a lot of young, bikers and racers who'd be watching you, hoping to emulate your achievements someday. I'm sure it's a tough ask for them, but any advice that you'd like to share with them?
Yeah, for sure. My simple funda in life is to go hard or go home. That's how I live life. And don't just be hard on yourself. Always you got to make the most of it. You got to be 100% committed and dedicated, because if you're not, then you're not going anywhere.
Well, commitment, thy name, Gaurav Gill. Gaurav, thanks so much for speaking with us, and go well. And I tell you what, to everyone else who's watching, we've got a very nice little capsule about Gaurav and how he went through the paces at the rally school, with his teammates and young drivers. That's something that we'll show you after the race, because you've already got bikers lining up. Thanks, Gaurav, for joining in and wishing you well. We'll show you that package in just a bit. Let's quickly have a chat with the bikers as well as we go across for the JK Tyre presents the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup race. It's the second race, remember, of this particular category for the round. And once again, keep an eye out for the guy on bike number 17, Anish Damodar Shetty. Remember that name and mark it on your sheet, because he's the man who's notched up race win after race win. Just before the start of the race, remembering the gods, thanking them for all that's happened to him so far. Let's have a quick chat with Anish, and without wanting to distract him too much. It's gone well so far.
Yeah, as far as now, things have been good. I got a hat-trick win, and looking forward for the fourth win now with the God's grace.
Well, go well. Is there something different that you've looked at doing compared to the other bikers when you look back and analyze your races?
Yeah, but like every race is a progress, every race is a learning. So we're just learning and improving and trying to get on the top.
And it's not always been that he's been right at the top. There are times when you've had to actually come from behind and overtake, whether it was Mecca the other day or, Alwyn, that you had to pass on the final lap. So never say die spirit.
Yeah, it's always never give up till the finish line. And because we are all riding one-make bikes, there's a very limited option to us.
Very, very happy to have with me Joshua Varghese, the supervisor at Royal Enfield. Most
great time on the track, go well.
A man who possibly understands.
That's of course the man who's leading as far as the bikers' standings are concerned overall, Anish Damodar Shetty. Let's see who starts off on P2. His familiar foe and compatriot, if I might say, Alwyn. Alwyn, just a quick thought from you. You've had your moments a couple of times in races where you had the race lead. Anything that you'd like to do differently going into this one?
This time I would be like this time the top three are almost the same place. So it's not so predictable like the last weekend. Last weekend, if I stick behind Anish, we can split from the rest of the pack. This time it will be much more harder, and the tires are a bit dropping off, so the pace will be a bit more low. So we have to be more conservative on the tires also.
Okay.
Yeah, so it should be a
clear mind. That's the case. I can see the bike engines being revved, so I leave you to it to focus on your thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with us. We've got the formation lap and then the start of this race coming up in just a bit. It's over to Karthikeya in the com box.
Thank you, Raman. So getting ready after a short lunch break for the races, and the bikers were in for the third race of the second day of the second round, and that will be of JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. That's how the grid looks like. Anish Damodar Shetty starting at P1, Alvin Xavier at P2, Anfal Akhtar at P3, Mika Viduraj at P4, Sudhir Sudhakar in P5, Rajkumar in P6, Dheeraj Biker in P7, Pradeep in P8, Bharat Balan in P9, Jayant Pradipati in P10, Naresh Kaname in P11, Zena Fernandez, Lani Zena Fernandez from Pondicherry, the young female biker in P12. We got Raivat Dhar, the lad from JNK in P13, Sam Paul Osborne in P14, Srinidhi in P15, Rohit Lad in P16, Lokesh V in P17, Atish Mishra P18, Harshad Sumra P19, and Azman in P20. Atish and Azman, the two media members, participating in this race. Off they go for the formation lap. After the formation lap, we have 10 laps of racing in this category. This is the 6th race of this round. We'll have another couple of them, one in the Novice Cup category and one in the LGV Formula 4 category. It's been 3 out of 3 so far for Anish Shetty, the lad from Hubli. Got a full monty of 20 points in round 1. Got the race win earlier yesterday as well. Alvin Xavier getting all 3 seconds. He's on 24, so Anish leads Alvin by 6 points in the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup Bikers Championship. Coming in third is Sudhir Sudhakar with 13 points. Anfal Akhtar with 12 is 4th, and Rajkumar with 10 points is 5th in the Drivers' Championship. Rajkumar, the local lad from Coimbatore, finished 6th yesterday in the race in this category. Anish Shetty has been consistently topping the podium. Has been, of the 3 races that we've seen so far this season in this category, 2 have been very closely fought between Anish and Alvin, while one was an easy ride for Anish as he went on to win that with ease. We're hoping for more of the same with that intense battle between Anish and Alvin. Alvin, as Raman said earlier yesterday, gave the slightest of windows to Anish, and he knew that a mistake like that will prove costly, and that's exactly what happened. On the final lap, Anish overtook Alvin to go on and take the checkered flag for the 3rd time. So 3 out of 3 for Anish Shetty. Alvin Xavier coming in 2nd on all 3 occasions. He'd be hoping it's about time to get one better.
Karthik, one interesting thought that came through from Alvin Xavier before the start of the race was when I was chatting with him on the track. He said that the tyres are a little worn out. It's the 2nd race, so the important thing here would be to keep it, given the track temperatures, keeping that in mind and the little wear and tear on the tyres. It's time to be very conservative on your approach into the corners. That's 1. And 2, to race with a clear head. So I think very valid thoughts there as we see the bikers go off down the straight into C1. It's the start of this race now.
It's a very good start for Alvin Xavier. He started at P2. He's now the race leader. He's pushed Anish back onto 2nd. And although he has been a race leader at times, it's Anish who's come out on top at the end where it matters the most. This time he'll be hoping that he can keep that race lead, and with those tyres worn out, all the turns, all the curves will become even more interesting as we've got Anfal Akhtar in 3rd at the moment, and he's dropping down to 2nd. A very good start for Alvin Xavier. Then obviously we have Sudhir Sudhakar also in the mix of things. He's 4th at the moment with Mika Viduraj in 5th. Remember, Mika started at 4th, so he's dropped down 1 place.
And as we speak, we see a change as far as the race lead is concerned. And I get a feeling that Anish Shetty has moved back into the race lead. He's pushed Alvin Xavier back to 2nd. There you see it. You'll see a confirmation as they come around the bend. It's bike number 17 belonging to Anish Shetty, who's the race leader now. And once again, Alvin Xavier, after a promising start, relinquishes the lead.
Well, that's been the script, and what we saw from 2 out of 3 races, that exchange of lead will continue till the very end. At times it will be Anish who leads, at times it will be Alvin who will lead, but it's been these 2 consistently at the top. Anfal Akhtar has been one of those involved in the mix of things, along with Sudhir Sudhakar, and these 2 will obviously be vying for, I may say, the 3rd spot, but they will have their eyes set on the higher positions as well. But to dislodge Anish and Alvin from there is a task in itself.
What's interesting is if you look at the race timings that are coming up on the screen now, Anfal Akhtar clocking the fastest lap time thus far. And that's what's there on the timer screen that you can see.
And although he still remains 3rd, he's clocked the fastest lap time, and that's obviously by 100th of a second, because he started 3rd and he still remains in 3rd. and that's how the grid works. You got about a good meter of distance between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. So and those who thinking that he's got the fastest lap, there's only one lap, and why is he not leading the race? Because there is that gap between 1 and 3. Anish, before the end of the lap, he's taken that lead away. There's that good battle going on between Anfal Akhtar and Alwyn, and on that straight it is Anfal Akhtar who's taken the lead away from, in fact, the second spot away from Alwyn Xavier. Alwyn drops down to third, and now Anish Damodar Shetty clocks in the fastest lap, 1 minute 17.784 seconds. Remember, it's a 10-lap race. A slight mistake there by Sudhir Sudhakar. That's opened up a little bit of window for Meka Viduraj, the lad from Hyderabad, to move up ahead. Raj Kumar has moved to 4th now. There's a good battle for 5th going on as well.
Well, but the battle might be on for 2nd and for 4th. The race leader is pulling away. Anish Damodar Shetty has got a lap time of 1 minute 17.784 seconds, which is the fastest. So he's the only biker who's done a time of 1 minute 18 and under. Everyone else clocking a time of over 1 minute and 18 seconds. So that just tells you that he's now getting into the rhythm. Anfal Akhtar getting the better of Alwyn Xavier. I wonder if there's an issue with Alwyn's bike, because despite that promising start, he just seems to be faltering now.
Slowly fading away, but he would want to make sure that he can get that second spot back. He is hot on the tails of Anfal Akhtar. No such problem there. Close to a couple of seconds, 1.5 seconds, the gap between Anish and Anfal, and he's been by far comfortable. And we were speaking about Meka Viduraj making the move on Sudhir Sudhakar in the previous round, and that's been now confirmed. Meka Viduraj has moved up to 4th. Sudhir drops down to 5th. Rajkumar drops further down to 6th now. The battle, there's an intense battle going on between Anfal and Alwyn, while miles ahead is Anish Damodar Shetty, who's got 3 out of 3 wins. He's looking to make it 4 out of 4. Anfal at the moment keeping Alwyn Xavier at bay for that second spot. This is a corner where in the LGB Formula 4 we see a lot of action happen. No such thing happening here in this category at the moment. Both bikers acknowledging one thing, same thing, and I think if some incident, the yellow flag may have come out. Yes, in fact, it's a red flag that's been waved.
I wonder if there's been an incident. Yes, there has been an incident, not with the race leaders, but with one of the bikers towards the back of the grid, and that's the reason why the race has been red flagged.
Well, hopefully the rider is okay, but I think Anish will be thinking, hang on, I had built up a 1.5 2 second lead, and that's now wiped away.
Seems to be a bit of debris on the racetrack as well, which is what is being cleared now at the moment, as the medical crew just ensuring that they're able to move the biker as quickly as possible and get him medical attention that might be required. And once again, I'd like to highlight here that when you're talking about speed, when you're talking about motorsport, there will be the odd incidents on the racetrack, but the fact is that there is adequate precaution that's taken to ensure medical attention is immediately available to the racers or the bikers taking part in the National Racing Championship, with the presence of ambulances, fully equipped ambulances. There is the safety crew that's available on site. Bikers, especially when you're racing on two-wheelers, are wearing reinforced racing suits that provide protection around the joints and around the back. The helmets is there as well to protect you from any serious injury. Albeit you will get racing incidents, you will get incidents where the odd biker might lose his balance and get injured, but the safety precautions that are being taken for conducting the National Racing Championship are top-notch.
Well, certainly are, and what it seems, that's on the extreme right of your screen, the gentleman in the white shirt, Rohit Khanna, former racer himself. He's now one of the officials, and he's, I think the signal from them is that the track has been cleared. The bikers can now go around and come back. You see another biker who's there on your screen, so that's easily 2 bikers they're out of the race.
Right, I think so. Let me just bring you back to that important question. 650cc, using a biker, there is some sort of
Getting the needed first aid straight away. with all the safety precautions and measures mentioned by Raman. Apart from that, there's also obviously doctors on site. They're obviously fully equipped. Ambulance as well, highly qualified doctors present to make sure all the medical needs are addressed too.
Absolutely. Let's not forget the kind of legend, the kind of
So the crane removing the bike. Remember, the race has been red flagged. We'll have the race restarted, but the number of laps will depend on the COC there.
But with the combined experience with the Atana brothers, it was a lot easier, more streamlined, and it was a pleasure watching them work as well.
It's a beautiful Kari Motorspeedway, the venue for the second round of the 24th JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship. This was the venue for the first round as well, will be the venue for the third round as well.
I think the bike that went down, that's being now taken off the track by the recovery crew, belongs to Lokesh V, the biker from Bangalore. So his bike is the bike that we can see that's been removed. But we still await official confirmation on
I would like to
what led to the incident and
how did you manage to work on that exhaust?
what the condition of the biker is.
But before that, let's talk about the brothers. Let's talk a little
He did have a skid and a slide in yesterday's race as well, did Lokesh V.
A lot of history with them.
So clearly the weekend not going according to plan for him.
These are heavy bikes, remember, the Royal Enfield Continental GT bikes that are being used in the JK Tyre Presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. So in case you lose control, the margins are very fine. In case you're losing control of the weight transfer, going into a corner isn't ideal, and you tend to get a little bit of over tilt going into a corner. Then to regain your balance and manage the bike, which weighs about 180 kgs and thereabouts, can be quite a challenge for these bikers.
Oh, absolutely. Now they are waiting in the wings, are the riders, waiting for instructions to get back onto the track as we look to restart the race. Obviously, all our thoughts with Lokesh V as he's taken away in the ambulance. Hopefully he'll be fine and ready to hit the track again very, very soon.
But for the moment, I think the big question remains that are we going to get a restart on the race?
Bright sunny day in Coimbatore with, as usual, the wind sweeping across.
So when that incident took place, we were in the 4th lap of the race. 3 laps had been completed, and we were in the 4th lap of the 10-lap race when the incident took place. So effectively there were 6 more laps to be done in that race. 3 laps had been completed. We were on the 4th lap when the incident took place. So now it's got to be an official decision that's got to come in if we are going to see a restart of that race, because it was red flagged. And 2, if we do see a restart, how many more laps do we get from here on?
Well, that's a decision the COC will have to make. Waiting confirmation now, as and waiting for the bikers now to get back as well on the track. They all look ready. They all look okay to go on and go ahead. Although final instructions still being given. Waiting for the clearance as far as the track is also concerned. There's another biker. So clearly 2 bikers no longer will be taking part in this race. Rohit Khanna there, the gentleman in the white shirt.
He's manning the most important corner on the racetrack. He's on C1, remember, and we've seen a whole lot of incidents unfold on C1.
He's obviously got driving experience with him as well, as Rohit being a former driver racer himself, and now officiating, and he's thrown straight into the deep end of the pool. with the busiest corner of the racetrack.
So the bikers now will get out on the racetrack from the pit lane onto the track. And this is going to be just go around the track and join into the main straight in a bit and line up again. We will see a 4-lap race is what the word is coming through as far as this race is concerned. So we lost a couple of laps there. 10-lap race, we were through 3 laps, we're on the 4th lap, so they've been docked another 2 laps for the restart, and that means it's going to be a 4-lap race as they get back towards the start-finish line now. Line up on the start-finish straight from here. That's what we'll see the bikers do. And once again, it's going to be a challenge for Anish Shetty. You know, he'll have to now pull out all the stops, all the gap that he'd built up between himself and all the other bikers. He'll have to rework on that again.
Well, then it's an opportunity for Alvin Xavier as well to try and finish at the top of the podium. It's a 4-lap shootout, straight out. That's all that it is.
And I think there's going to be a challenge here for Anfal Akhtar as well, who's on bike number 5, who's now going to be on P2, because Alvin Xavier had been overtaken. Anfal was in the 2nd position when the race was stopped in the 4th lap, and it was red flag. So you'll see, you know, that's going to be an interesting part. How does Anfal go about his task now?
Very, very interesting. The start, the first corner will be very interesting as well, because once you go past that first corner and you have that 1 second advantage or maybe a couple of bike lengths, that's where you can capitalize on the straights as well, in the back straight. Will it be according to position, the start, or will it be how the grid actually lined up when the race started? Remember, the race was red flagged, so we just have to wait for the confirmation and see how these bikers line up. Obviously, no problem at all for Anish, because he was P1 and was leading, so anyway, he will start at P1. It is how it started. Alvin Xavier gets back on P2, so he's moved up. He was 3rd. Anfal Akhtar would be feeling a little hard done by, because he'd taken the 2nd spot. He now starts at 3. So they'll start at the moment as it appears. They will start as the original grid was. But now, hang on, there's that word coming in, the marshals having a word. So will it be according to the places they finished at, or will it be according to the starting grid?
As I was saying a little while ago, Karthike, I get a feeling that because the race was red flagged on the 4th lap of this race, it should be Anfal Akhtar who starts now on P2, yes, and that's the order that they are going to take now.
There's so much of calmness on that, the way he takes his racing, the way he's come around it. Different characters.
So it will be as they were on the track and not as per the starting grid. That's how the restart will be. So Anfal Akhtar has gone back to 2nd and Alvin Xavier drops back to 3rd. We'll have Mika Viduraj in P4.
And that's not the only change that's happening. If you look at what's transpiring, even in the mid-pack, there is realignment going on, because the positions taken by the bikers will be as per the position they had on the 4th lap of the race when the race got red flagged. Had the incident taken place on the very first lap of the race and the race had been red flagged, we would have seen a restart as per the original grid. But this was during the course of the race on the 4th lap. Therefore, the running order at that point of time is the run order which becomes the new grid for them now. And we're getting news that's come through that Lokesh, the biker who had taken a tumble, he's been taken to the hospital by the ambulance, and he seems to be doing all right. We're wishing him a speedy recovery. That's what our prayers are for him, and we hope that he's fine and recovers well as soon as possible.
So getting realigned is the grid with the confirmations from the officials who was where, and they were now going to line up like that. Not a good race for the Bangaloreans, I must say. Obviously Lokesh, as you mentioned, crashed, although he is doing fine. Also Pradeep, another Bangalorean, his race has also ended. That was the 2nd biker we were talking about. So not a good race for the Bangalore lads. There are others like Rohit Lad is in there, Bharat Balan also from Bangalore, and so is Srinidhi. they'd be hoping, and Sudhir Sudhakar as well. So they'd be hoping they can make up for those two and get some good points on the board.
So realignment still on the grid, and that's because I'm sure the officials have now got the print sheet of the race order that was according to the timing sheet in the 4th lap of this race when it got red flagged. So they're realigning the entire grid according to the run order of how the race positions were in lap 4 when the race initially began.
So this will be interesting. What will Anfal Akhtar do? How will Anish Shetty defend? And what's Alvin Xavier got up his sleeves?
For one, I think he's got a second chance, because there was a huge gap that was built up between Anish Shetty and Anfal and Alvin Xavier. So I think number 2 and 3, P2 and P3, the bikers on bike number 5 and bike number 10, I think have got a great shot at the leader again.
So this will be very interesting. Under 3 minutes remaining for the restart of this race. The word that's come in as it will be a 4-lap race, remaining 4 laps, a 4-lap shootout straight. And obviously, Raman, when the race is shortened and or it's brought to a halt or a pause, and then you know that the race now will only be of 4 laps, your strategies change, the way you think, the way you approach those remaining 4 laps. A lot of things changed compared to how it was when it started, when it was a 10-lap race.
Absolutely spot on. As you can see, the placard that's being held up for the bikers, 15 that's written is on the reverse. Don't go by that, because that is not what is being shown to the bikers. This is what is being shown to the bikers. 4 laps. So it's going to be a 4-lap race. Remember that.
So they will have 4 laps and they will go full throttle for all those 4. Yes, the bikers have been shown 4. The reverse side had 15. Don't go by that. It's not a 15-lap race. It's only 4 laps remaining and under 1 minute. It will be Anish who will start at P1, Anfal Akhtar at P2, Alvin Xavier drops to P3. Then we've got Mika Viduraj in P4, and off they go. Got one non-starter there, a slow start for Sam Paul Osborne.
It's because it's a formation lap, remember. As they go into C1, they're just trying to ensure that there's no debris on the track. Just get a feel of that corner where the incident took place, because remember there was a bike that went down. In fact, not one. I get a feeling that there were 2 bikes that went down. Pradeep was the biker on bike number 12. You can see that bike parked near the tyre barricades as well. So there were a couple of bikes that went down in that incident. So there must have been some debris which was cleared by the marshals and the ground staff and the recovery crew at the track. I think we just want to get a fair hang of what the track conditions are like.
And certainly also help them warm up the tyres a bit. They've been standing for about 7 to 8 minutes, so getting that temperature back on and then getting back ready to race. Alvin Xavier, Anfal Akhtar and Anish. A triple A start for the top of the grid, with Anish, Anfal and Alvin looking to make the most of the remaining 4 laps.
Yes, and I think it's also going to be a chance for the likes of Raj Kumar, the biker from Coimbatore, who's on, and then Meka Viduraj, who's on bike number 4. You can see him as well. I think it gives an opportunity to some of the bikers who were on the second row, on P4, 5 and 6. They'll also have a shot and maybe trying to break through in the top 3 and get a podium finish. So as the bikers come through the formation lap and they'll line up once again on the starting grid for the start of this race.
So with 2 gone, we'll have 18 bikers on the racetrack, on the starting grid. Of the 18, 2 are media members in Azman and Atish Mishra, both from Pune. The battle will be intense for the front 3, and there will be equal opportunity for the likes of Mika, Sudhir and Rajkumar to try and get on the podium.
One of those media invitees, in fact, in the first lap, in the first race, had taken a tumble, I was told. But now they've lined up again. on the starting grid for a 4-lap race, remember. Keep an eye on the lights. They come on, the 5 lights. They go off, and so do the bikers down the straight. It's a restart to this Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup race.
It's a good start for Anfal Akhtar, bike number 5. He takes the lead. In fact, Mika Viduraj also trying to come in on the inside. He moves up to second. This is tremendous from Anfal Akhtar. Started from P2. He's taken a good sizable lead by the time they come through towards corner 3. Well.
I'm really delighted for Mika Viduraj, the biker on bike number 4. He is in fact in second, but a great start indeed by Anfal Akhtar as well.
Can't say the same about Anish Shetty. He's dropped down to 4th. Alvin Xavier remains 3rd, as you can see. Bike number 4, Mika. Bike number 10, Alvin Xavier. 17 is Anish, and bike number 12 of Pradeep. In fact, 13, that was Sudesh Sudhakar in the mix.
Remember, I was talking to Anish Shetty, and he said even for the first race, the bike, didn't really give him the best of starts, and then he recovered and came back. But this time around in this race, there aren't so many laps that are left. Remember, it's just a 4-lap shootout. Can he make a comeback? But great start by Anfal Akhtar, the lad from Thrissur. He's in the race lead. Mika Viduraj of Hyderabad is running second.
Anfal, remember, finished 3rd in the race yesterday. Now the battle between Mika, Alvin and Anish heats up while Anfal Akhtar continues to stretch that lead. We had 1 lap gone, 3 remaining. Well, Anish makes the move. He moves up to 3rd now.
Yes, he has. In fact, he's gone ahead of Mika Viduraj, and that just tells you the class this guy has. Unbelievable. Anfal Akhtar still the race leader. Alvin Xavier second, but for how long? No, he's fallen back to 4th. Has Alvin Xavier. Look at bike number 17. Of course, this is Anfal Akhtar on bike number 5, who's the race leader. But Anish Shetty has moved up to second. He's on bike number 17 now. You can see him screaming down that straight. This is great work.
Well, he certainly will be chasing. He'd be looking to cut that gap between himself and Anfal with every passing lap. Remember, he doesn't have too many laps to go. This is the 2nd lap. After this, another 2 remaining. He's got Anfal in his sights, but can he push? Well, there goes the end of the race for Sam Paul Osborne, the local lad from Coimbatore.
These are heavy bikes, remember. They might look easy to ride when you're looking at it from a distance, but when you're on that bike, there's a serious heavy weight that you've got to control. The traction that you get from the track, these radial tires, you've got to try and maximize that. Now 2 laps to go, and you see on the straight, more upright, there was Anish Shetty, who's clocked the fastest lap time of 1 minute 17.835 seconds. That's the fastest we've seen from any of the bikers thus far.
Gap is under 1 second between Anfal and Anish. It's a AAA, as I say again, but the order has changed a bit. It's Anfal who leads, Anish coming in second, Alvin Xavier in 3rd, Mika Viduraj has dropped down to 4th, Rajkumar in 5th, Sudeep Sudhakar drops to 6th now. And well, if you look at it, the start of the previous lap, and now the gap has been squeezed a lot by Anish Shetty. Won't be surprised by the end of this lap or the next lap, the final that will be, could be a very, very tense final few minutes for Anfal Akhtar. He has to defend, or he has to try and build that gap. Anish Shetty will stretch him till the very end. He's now trying to make his move.
He's closed the gap down, Karthikeya. He's closed the gap down to under a second, and I think now coming down the straight, keep an eye out on Anish Shetty. He's crouching behind that windshield of his bike, trying to use the slipstream, trying to reduce the drag as much as possible. Down the straight he comes. Has he got the momentum to overtake Anfal Akhtar? No, he doesn't, not yet. But remember, there's still some more distance to come in this race, another lap and a half. Now, in fact, it's down to the final lap.
Right, final lap, final 2 kilometers, final few turns, and final few corners. Can Anish do it? Can Anfal defend? Well, at the moment it is Anfal Akhtar who leads. Anish Shetty is very closely behind him. This is the beauty of motorsport, the excitement that it brings with it. Alvin Xavier, solitary in 3rd, no problem at all for him. There's a big gap between him. And Anish has done it. He's done it on that corner, taking the inside and taking the race lead. Anfal Akhtar will be mightily disappointed.
But great stuff from Anish Shetty. He's held his nerve, he's believed in himself, And on the final lap, he's pulled off what seemed to be the impossible.
He's done it as a nation, knowing him the way he's raced throughout this season. He won't settle for anything less than the first spot on the podium. Very well done by Anish as he comes in through the final corner to go on and take the checkered flag for the 4th time in this category. 4 wins out of 4. Anfal Akhtar will have to settle for 2nd. Alvin Xavier will have to settle for 3rd.
You can see the delight being expressed by Anish Shetty. You see him waving his hand in the air, pumping his fist, just expressing how happy he was to take the race win after a very weak start when the race restarted. Allowed Anfal Akhtar to go past him. In fact, then Meka Veduraj was ahead of him as well. He dropped down to 4th behind Alvin Xavier, and then made that spectacular comeback. Look at that. Look at that. He can celebrate. He will celebrate. Why not?
Wonderful from Anish Damodar Shetty. There was a time he was about a 1.5 seconds behind with only 2 laps remaining, or maybe just over 2 laps remaining, but he believed in himself till the very end. He challenged and pushed Anfal Akhtar, and in the end, on the final lap, took the lead away, and he's made a habit of that, of taking the lead away on the final lap and then holding on to it. He's done that already before this race twice with Alvin Xavier, and now it's Anfal Akhtar who's at the receiving end.
And I thought this was the race where some of the bikers on the 2nd or 3rd row had a chance of maybe finding a podium finish. Raj Kumar was one. You had Sudhir Sudhakar, another one who you thought would probably be able to push for a strong finish. In the end, that wasn't the case. See Ravi Raivadhar come around the bend you just saw a little while ago. Naresh Kaname, the biker from Latur, who's come all the way from Latur to take part in the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. But delight and relief on Anish Damodar Shetty's face writ large there. Despite him wearing that helmet, you could see him take the odd look up towards the heavens, thanking his stars, thanking his gods, saying that was the result I wanted, and he's got that.
Well, prayed to the gods before the start of the race and thanked them at the very end. That's Anfal Akhtar with the mandatory weigh-in. That's the procedure that goes after every race.
Well, while there's a weigh-in that happens for the bikes before the presentation ceremony, very quickly let's take a look and see what was transpiring in that driving school activity that Gaurav Gill has been running with his teammates and some of the young drivers coming through the ranks before the start of the rallying season. Let's take a look.
Royal Enfield for giving us this.
I'm Maninder Singh Prince from Delhi.
I am Dr. Shivani Prithvi from Davangere, Karnataka.
I'm Dean Mascarenas. I come from a coastal city called Mangalore.
Thanks to JK TYRE for giving us a great opportunity, to train with the best, and especially we're doing this. This rally school is very important because we are driving after 10 months.
I've been in the field of motorsports for the past 4 years. I've been rallying and racing. Currently, right now, I'll be driving in Honda City IV Tech, prepared by Race Concepts, and I'm backed up by JK Tyres.
I'm a JK Tyre motorsport driver. I'm driving currently in the INRC 2 category. And we have come here at Coimbatore for the GG, the Gaurav Gill Training Academy, organized by JK Tyre. JK Tyre is very kind enough to organize this rally school for us where we can adapt to different driving conditions, because the first rally is going to be at a tarmac event and the second rally is going to be a gravel event.
I think gravel is always more fun because when you drive on dirt, obviously you're drifting, going into the corner sideways. It's more entertaining than tarmac. Tarmac, you have to be more clean, more precise, you have to be more smooth.
Driving a race car is a lot different to driving a rally car on a tarmac stage. So to understand the difference, and the way he explained it to us was a lot easier to understand, and the way the corners are taken in a rally car is, the approach to the corner itself is so different when it comes to a rally car. Did a phenomenal job in explaining it to us. When you ask me where I'm comfortable with, then definitely it's on the dirt with the rally tires.
Most of the time we rally drivers in India get to drive only on gravel roads and not tarmac roads. So we are here at Coimbatore at the circuit, getting a feel of the tarmac tires of the rally car on tarmac tires on a proper smooth tarmac surface.
On a racetrack, it's more about how clean you are with your racing lines and how clean you take a corner or how well you apex it. It's more about that. Whereas on a rally terrain, it's more about the challenges and the uncertainty that excites me more.
I would say I would prefer gravel any day compared to tarmac, because there you get to go sideways. The car behaves very differently. Every corner is very different to you.
What he has achieved in his career, especially as an Indian, I would say not even in India, in Asia Pacific, he's one of the best drivers till now. And people he has driven with, when he was driving APRC also, those people are winning in WRC. You know, his level is such that World Championship drivers know what he can do on a rally car, and he's so natural. And when you sit with him when he drives, he makes it look so easy that, you know, like he's doing whatever he wants whenever he wants.
He telling us the tiniest of tiniest mistakes that we do. We are just getting to learn things even better. It feels good, it feels awesome.
I know whatever he says, if you do that, you will win, and I have achieved that. When I drove my first rally, I won. Then podium in other rallies. He told me you will improve by 20 seconds if you will do this. I exactly improved by 20 seconds.
I think one special quality of Gaurav Gill is the level-headedness and how grounded he is as a person. The amount of achievements that he has done is not shown as when you talk to him as a person. Like I said, the level-headedness is what makes him stand apart from the rest.
This type of exposure is very good for every driver in the team or people who are training with him, because he has spent a lot and he has done a lot of hard work to train with the best abroad, and we are getting that in our country thanks to JK TYRE. You know, that is a very big privilege for us.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through. To stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK TYRE's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart, JK TYRE, total control. They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
Right then, we're getting ready for the prize distribution ceremony for the race that happened moments ago in the JK TYRE Presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. And as usual, the winner, Anish Shetty, making it 4 wins out of 4. Winning both the races this round, won both the races in the previous round as well. And despite the fact that the race was cut short to 6 laps, we had 2 laps, in fact 8 laps, 2 laps taken away. And when the race was restarted, it was only a 4-lap shootout. Anfal Akhtar had taken the lead. He had built up a decent, sizable 2 to 3 second lead, but Anish Shetty was having none of it. On the very final lap, he overtook Anfal Akhtar, took the checkered flag. Anfal had to settle for second, while Alvin Xavier came in third. A very thrilling, very exciting race, and clearly showing the talent that he has, Anish Shetty, to make it 4 out of 4. So we have 2 categories where one driver and one biker have won all the races. Ruhan Alva in the Novice Cup category and Anish Shetty in the JK Tyre Presents Royal Enfield Continental Cup, Continental GT Cup category.
Right, coming in at number 3, ladies and gentlemen, is a Cheta down from Thrissur.
Great skill shown by Anish. That's Alvin Xavier. This time he'll have to settle for third. Had 3 second place finishes, but this time finding himself on the 3rd spot on the podium.
On the last turn, overtook 2 riders. Well done, Alvin Xavier. Get onto the podium, please. Coming in at number 2, ladies and gentlemen,
Coming in second, Anfal Akhtar.
He really put the experience on Shetty.
Did really try very hard to get a race win, but the experience of Anish Shetty and the skill getting the better of him, and that too in the very last lap. Your race winner, Anish Damodar Shetty, the lad from Hubli, making it 4 wins out of 4. 40 out of a possible 40 points for him.
And raise them up in the air, please. Raise your trophies up. Okay, and now without the mask. But then if you can please come forward and give it, please. Yes.
Your race winners, families and friends obviously there, clicking photographs. Those will be the one for the social media as well, for the racers, for the riders. It's 10,000 rupees for the second runner-up. This time Alvin Xavier will have to settle for 10. Anfal Akhtar getting a check of rupees 20,000 for coming in as second in the race, first runner-up. And richer by 30,000 rupees with every passing race, Anish Damodar Shetty, the race winner. Posing one more time for the photographers. Anish, Anfal and Alvin.
There's excitement, and Alvin, just a quick chat with you. How did it go when you knew that in the end it'll just turn out to be a 4-lap shootout?
Yeah, this was a first time experience for me, 4-lap race. So everyone was super fast and everyone was trying to make a move so they could take the lead. So when Anish overtook me, the Mega also overtook me, so that he made a huge gap between us. But still, I had the pace. I pushed, and closed the gap. But still, it was a very nice race.
Congratulations on a podium finish, another one. This time around a 3rd place, not a 2nd. Well, let's have a quick chat with Anfal. Anfal, when the race restarted, you were off the blocks in a flash.
I got a good start in race after the restarting the race. So till the end, I managed to keep the pace very safe. and I haven't done any mistakes in between the race. And all my target was to finish the race in a good position.
Which is what you've done. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Tactically solid. But let's have a quick chat with Anish. Anish, just your thoughts. The start really wasn't as good as what you would expect, even when the race began and then on the restart as well.
Yeah, the start wasn't that great, but somehow I had to get it to the top, and I was slightly thrown away in the C1 with the other bike coming in, but nevertheless not his mistake as well. So to keep the bike on rubber, we both had to take it off easily, which gave a good advantage for the other couple of bikes, but then we had to catch them back up.
Well, a provisional result, so there's still some, back-end, I think reviews happening. But for the moment, savor the result.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's the way it's gone so far. So that's the provisional result that we've got in the JK Tyre presents the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup race. We've got a whole lot more of race action coming your way. Stay with us.
Now, next up is race number 7 of the weekend, and that is the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. Remember, 12 laps in this race. Generally, we have 10 laps per race in the Novice Cup category, but this time in this race, we will have 12 laps, and the reverse grid will be kicking in. As you can see, the cars are all lined up. We will have one formation lap and then 12 laps. Naeem Rizvi of M Sport will be starting at pole position. Aman Nagdev of Momentum will be in P2. Aman Nagdev from Momentum Motorsports, the lad from Noida in the Delhi NCR region. He'll have a good opportunity now to get a few points under his belt. Gaurav Kocha, his teammate, will be starting at P3, and Chetan Suraneni will be at P4. Interesting will be how Ruhan Alwa and Jaden Parrott deal with this. Remember, this is the reverse grid, so the winner, Ruhan Alwa, starts at 8. First runner-up, Jaden Parrott, starts at 7, while Aditya Parshuramu, who came in 3rd, will start at 6th in the grid. So the reverse grid means the top 8 finishes, that order is reversed. So the first will start at 8th, 8th will start first, and that's why Naeem Rizvi is starting at P1. We've got another race lined up after this, and that will be the LGB Formula 4. But before we get on to racing action that's about to commence, very quickly we'll get to the tracks where we've got once again Raman Bhanot.
Now this is really going to be the business end of race action coming your way. Crucial race, keep your eyes on this. We've seen the two-wheelers go through the motions. Now this is going to be the critical stuff. Another race right here at the Kari Motorspeedway. It's over to Karthikeyan in the combox.
So not very long to go before the start of the race. As you can see, all the support staff, all the technicians leaving. That's how the grid lines up now for this race in the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. Naeem Rizvi starting at P1, Aman Nagdev P2, Gaurav Kocha P3, Chetan Suraneni P4. He'd be desperately looking for a podium finish to give his championship challenge a boost. Hari Krishna Baiju in P5, Aditya Parshuram in P6, Jaden Parrott in P7, championship leader and all-out winner Ruhan Alwa starting at P8, Advait Jampa in P9, and we've got Ashish Patel of M Sport in P10. Following them is Prarthana Murugavel, Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar, Kishan Bindal, Anvay Hemrajani, Raj Kumar Yadvanshi, Pranit Watwe, Mukul Kumar, Prabhanj Paruchari, Nitish Chaudhary, Dhruv Soma, who has had a weekend to forget so far, and then we've got Joel Joseph, Adit Parashar, and Shivesh Selva Ratnam starting at the back of the grid. So they'll have one formation lap, and then we'll have 12 laps in this race. As I said, we generally have 10 laps in the Novice Cup category, but this being the last race of this category in this round, it will be a 12-lap race. That obviously gives another 2 laps for Ruhan Alva, who starts at P8 to try and move as far ahead as possible and try and get yet another race win. That's car number 27, that's Ruhan Alva.
I think, Karthikeya, the important part is that Naeem Rizvi has got a great opportunity in this race. The car's, of course, going into the formation lap before actual race action gets underway. I think Naeem Rizvi, keep an eye out on this guy. He's, he was involved in an incident in the previous race, if you remember, when the race was red flagged, and he was bringing his car to a stop at the start-finish line, and a car right behind him collided just where the battery casing was of the car at the rear, and couldn't really get the kind of pace that he wanted in the race earlier today. But I wonder if that's going to be the case now. He's got a clear line of sight. He starts off on pole for this particular race. He's in car number 9, the M Sport Yellow. I think the team would have worked on the car to ensure that he gets maximum output from it.
And also the fact that he starts at P1, if he gets a good start, he'll avoid all the traffic coming into corner number 1, and that would obviously play into his hands. And that's something on the contrary for Ruhan Alva, because he will be in that middle pack starting at P8. There will be cars all around him. How he negates that first corner, that also will be very interesting to see.
And that's one of the reasons why, just letting our viewers know, that's one of the reasons why the reverse grid is utilized, so that there is a shuffle in the pack. Some of the mid-pack drivers get an opportunity to showcase their wares by getting a start in the front row of the grid based on the position at which they finished in the previous races. So instead of just the winners getting a clear line of sight in the front 2 rows of the race grid, it's a chance for some of the other mid-pack drivers to showcase their wares. So I think it also tests the skill of the race winners to then start the next race, say on the 4th row. There's Amit Jhingan there. You can catch a view of him along with the team principal, who's standing to the left of your frame from Momentum Motorsports.
Obviously no introduction here there for Gaurav Gill.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's going to be a reverse grid. Thank you so much, Meera editor.
Race action getting underway.
Seems to be a very decent start there for Naeem Rizvi, and also a very, very good start for Jaden Parriott and the likes of Ruhan Alva. Good start for Momentum Motorsports all around. Naeem Rizvi continuing to lead. A decent start for Gaurav Kochar as well, who started at P3, he's moved up to P2. Aman Nagdev from P2 has dropped down to P3, and Chetan Suruneni is also making his move. He remains in 3rd. Ruhan Alva, well, he's notched up a couple of places, braking hard on that occasion. The smoke that came out was from Ruhan Alva's car, and there you've got another Momentum Motorsport now pushing and putting a lot of pressure on the race leader Naeem Rizvi.
Jaden just veering away towards the wide left, allowing Ruhan Alva to go past him. That's the race leader for you, Naeem Rizvi, in car number 9, and then he's got a couple of Momentum Motorsports cars right behind him. That's in car number 70, Aman Nagdev, who's currently running 3rd. Just behind him is Aditya Parsuram in car number 15.
Chetan Suruneni has dropped down to 5th. Ruhan Alva's moved up to 6th, starting at P8 as we come to end of lap number 1.
Gaurav Kochar is currently running 2nd. He's now challenging for the race lead, and he's taken the race lead as the driver from Momentum Motorsports, who's from Kunnur. Gaurav Kochar, remember, would have had a podium finish in the previous race today had he not slid off the track on the final lap of the race. And because of that spin that he went into, it was Joel Joseph who had finished 3rd in the first race of the day today.
Absolutely allowed Joel Joseph a podium finish there. He must have been gutted, but now he wants to make amends, and he's certainly done that. He's moved up to the top as far as the drivers are concerned. Now Ruhan Alva challenging Chetan Suruneni as well. There's a very, very good battle. In fact, Chetan is now moved up to 4th. Naeem Rizvi's dropped down to 3rd. with Aditya Parsuram moving up to second. Naeem Rizvi clearly not the best of forms for him. And now Aditya Parsuram challenging Kocher for the top spot, but Gaurav Kocher does well to shut the door and not allow him to pass by. Ruhan Alva in the meantime has now overtaken Naeem Rizvi from the inside, and he's moved up to third. Now Ruhan Alva starting from P8. By the end of lap number 2, he's in the top 3. Gaurav Kocher now in the race lead. Aditya Parsuram second, Ruhan Alva third, Naeem Rizvi fourth. Jaden Parriott has also moved up to fifth, while Amarnath Dev, who started at P2, has dropped down to sixth. Won't be very happy with that. Certainly Chetan Siruneni moved further back to seventh.
One has to say this is so far been a pretty clean race, and no incidents in lap 1 going into C1. I think that's been the good part, the highlight of the race so far.
Has been a rarity as far as well in this category. For a moment going slightly wide there was Jaden Parriott, but coming back on the track and overtaking one of the team members, that's Hari Krishna Baiju, and obviously Naeem Rizvi dropping further back.
That's the problem. Car number 9, Naeem Rizvi, who was the race leader at one time, is actually currently running, if I were to get the order right, maybe 4th or even 5th. It's Gaurav Kocher who's the race leader. He is pretty much pulling away from the rest of the pack. Ruhan Alva has caught up with him. He's running second at the moment. Do ignore the graphic that's on the screen on the timer, because that was when the cars had crossed the start-finish line. The yellow flag being brought out because one of the drivers has gone off the track, and I wonder if that car was Aditya Parsuram's car.
Well, yes, it does seem like it's Aditya Parsuram. He's been involved in a few incidents throughout the weekend, and Roman, you were saying we've not had an incident, we've not had any slips or spills in this race, and the commentator's curse strikes again, and straight away the yellow flag is out. The safety car, will it be out? Well, he's back on the track, is Aditya Parsuram. That's his car number 15. Now one of the M Sport is now slid off the racetrack. That was car number 40. That is Ashish Patel. Luckily he's back on the track and ready to go. And as we speak, during all that commotion, it is Ruhan Alva who's taken the lead away from Gaurav Kocher. So it's Ruhan Alva back where he thinks he belongs, where he's been throughout the race, throughout the season, leading the race. And Gaurav Kocher dropping down to second. Remember, Ruhan started at P8, and before the end of lap 3, he has taken the race lead. This is tremendous. The safety car will be deployed. Hands up from the drivers. That tells you no overtaking. Yellow flags out. You can see that board SC. That means safety car being deployed, so no overtaking. I'll give the opportunity for the chasing pack now to join up with the race leader. So it is Ruhan Alva, car number 27 on your screen, the yellow one, that's the race leader. Car 17, Gaurav Kocher in second, Jaden Parriott coming in third, and now you can see the crane as well coming in to clear a few of the cars, at least one that was there. And yeah, on the right of your screen, the blue car, that's the one that will be removed by the crane, because when you turn in from that where the crane is or where the safety car is coming in, generally you do take that straight, and that car is in that line.
Yes, absolutely. When you just might go off the curb, there could be a little bit of drift that you get on the car coming out of that corner, and there could be a safety hazard, which is why the car is being removed. And I think that's the car that belongs to Nitish Chaudhary, car number 96. So that's going to be the end of the race for the Momentum Motorsports driver from Mumbai, Nitish Chaudhary. And that's the reason why, because his car was just on the curb of that track around the corner, we're seeing the safety car out on the racetrack, giving time to the recovery crew to remove the car. And you can see the safety car slowed down, so that just gives a few extra pressure seconds to the safety car, to the recovery crew to remove the blockage on the track. Keep an eye on the blinker lights on the safety car. You can see them very clearly. They're blinking, and that's a clear indication for the drivers to stay behind the safety car, and the car is on track. But if those lights go off, then the drivers know that the safety car is going to be going into the pit lane, and there'll be a restart of the race. So it's a clear indication to the race leader that he could start setting his pace.
Well, you can see the safety car there is trying to pick up some speed, and it has done so. That means that looks like it will drop into the pits now, and racing action will resume. This is the corner where the safety car is now turning from, is generally where you pick the pace up as far as the racers are concerned. Now there's not much gap. Has the safety car, unable to see from this view, are the lights on or the lights off? Lights are off. Off goes the safety car, and on comes the racing action. Now Ruhan Alvas, very, very slow. I can't see the safety car. I think the maybe a lack of communication. It's not been informed to him. And well, there's a red flag there. What is it?
No, it's race action. You could see on the straight the green flag being waved, and that was an indication to the drivers that race action has commenced, and Ruhan Alva is still in the race lead. But I tell you what, there was a bit of yes and no, a bit of not so much clarity in communication to the drivers about whether this was going to be a race start, but it is, and Ruhan Alva keeping his focus. He's the one who's in the lead. Gaurav Kocher second, and we see an M Sport car stranded on the gravel.
That's another M Sport, but no problem for this M Sport in car number 27. Ruhan Alva, Jaden Parrott himself has moved up to third. Or remember, he started at P7, so that's a good bit of racing from him too. Gaurav Kocher sandwiched the momentum driver between two M Sport, and if I can take a wild guess, it would be car number 40 of Ashish Patel that was stuck. And yes, it is Ashish Patel is going off the track, getting stuck there in loose mud. He did try to get the revs going. Just get the confirmation if he is back on the racetrack. Chetan Surani, car number 666 there. Going slightly wide on the location was Hari Krishna Baiju, car number 95. Hari Krishna of DTS Racing. Again, doing well, Gaurav Kocher, to keep pressure on Ruhan Alva. He's very close behind, some bit of slides and drifts coming in, but in the end Ruhan Alva able to maintain his lead, and Joel Joseph there as well involved. Now Jaden Parrott in third, Ruhan Alva leading the race, Gaurav Kocher in second. That's the beautiful bird's eye view. Chetan Suruneni in fact has moved up to fourth. This is the corner generally where a lot of overtaking happens here, and obviously corner one, hands up once again. That means the yellow flag will be out. Very clear indication. Oh, in fact the safety car might be out as well. You see another couple of cars there on the track. They've been moved. They are being moved away by the marshals and the recovery crew. Yes, yellow flag and safety car board also out.
So when we were talking, okay, so as we take a little breather from
Robin spoke a moment or two sooner.
Well, they call it the commentator's curse, but you call what you see, and what was seen till then was a very clean and clear race with no incidents. And then, just as we said that, we've had the safety car now come out twice on the racetrack.
Twice in 2 laps.
With Ruhan Alva still in the lead, and you've got Gaurav Kocher in second, followed by Jaden Parrott of Team M Sport in third. So it'll be interesting to see the number of laps left in the race.
Naeem Rizvi would be a tad bit disappointed. He's dropped down to 6th now. Remember, Naeem started at P1 and he's dropped down to 6th. Chetan Suruneni has moved up to 4th. Joel Joseph is in 5th. While your race leader, as we've been saying throughout this category, Ruhan Alva.
It's good to see a couple of Quest Motorsports cars right up there. The good part is Chetan Suruneni of Quest Motorsport in the top 5. That's a heartening sign. Joel Joseph of DTS Racing, he's there in the mix of things as well. The incident that caused the safety car to come out, that's the car of Hari Krishna Baiju of DTS Racing. His car is being removed from the racetrack. There's another car stranded on the curb. That was an M Sport car, and we'll try and give you a confirmation of who the driver was in just a bit. But that car isn't really obstructing the traffic that's there on the racetrack.
The yellow car that you just saw, that was of M Sports Ashish Patel. That happened in the previous lap when he just spun off the track, got stuck on the loose mud there. Did try to get the revs going, get the car moving, but unfortunately just got stuck on that loose gravel, loose mud.
Yes, and that's the problem. The moment you get it on the loose gravel, there's no traction that you get on the tires. So all that you'll do is the tires are going to spin as you keep piling on the revs, and the tire is going to keep sinking deeper and deeper onto the into the gravel, and you won't be able to move your car forward or back. So that's just the way it is.
Following the safety car, every time the safety car comes out, and well, the lights have gone off of the safety car already, so that's clear confirmation that the repair work and all the work to remove the cars is done. The safety car will go into the pits. Rohan Alva seriously slowing things down here.
And I think this is crucial because the last time around the safety car went into the pit lane, there was a bit of hesitation among the drivers about how to approach the straight. I don't think there's going to be any hesitation in the mind of Rohan Alva now as the cars come around the bend. Beautiful camera work from the production team, as you can see the view from the drone cam. And you get a fair idea of how he's used the parabola and he's used the slingshot to get momentum. Has Rohan Alva. Oh, the safety car.
But the lights
still
are back
there.
on.
Yes,
but the lights are back on again.
Oh, he had to slow down again.
They went off momentarily, and that's why Rohan Alva slowed it down right to snail's pace and then tried to shoot away, only to come off through the final corner and see, well, hang on, the safety car is still there. So again, no overtaking allowed. Follow the safety car in a very disciplined manner. It always looks like young ducklings following their mother in a pond, all in line right behind the mama duck.
I'm reminded of a race this season where Rohan Alva took the checkered flag behind the safety car. I wonder if that's going to be a result even in this race as well.
This is, if I'm correct, lap number 8 now that's begun.
Second lap behind the safety behind the safety car, so we'll get a quick confirmation of that in just a bit.
But this is, remember, a 12-lap race, so you've got another 2 compared to the other races in this category.
Yes.
This is
Karthike, 8 laps gone, so this is effectively the 9th lap of the race that's in progress behind the safety car. So you'll get another 3 more laps after this.
So 3 more laps. Hopefully this will be the final one behind the safety car for us to have some good racing action. Safety car slowing down as much as possible to allow, as you said, those precious seconds.
And I also had a feeling that the other M Sport car that had been stuck in the gravel just as they came out of C4, I think that has been removed as well. So I think the recovery crew ensuring that there was no real blockade even around the track that might even cause any hint of worry. That's the other car that's being moved, another car that was perched. That was Anvay Hemrajani's car, the driver from Avalanche Racing. So his car has been towed off as well by the recovery crew.
So that's probably why there is that extra lap behind the safety car. And now the car is, again, the lights are off. And, well, we said this last time as well. And then coming to the final corner, the lights came back on. So hold on. It seems the lights certainly did appear off. But we'll only say racing action begins once the car drops, the safety car goes back into the pit lane. Again, it'll be interesting how Rohan Alva approaches this restart. Speed has certainly been picked up. That means, yeah, what a good start there by Rohan Alva. He's obviously clearly within a fraction of a couple of corners. He's opened up a gap, good gap of about 2 seconds at least over Gaurav Kochar and Jaden Pariyat. That's your race leader. Coming in is Gaurav Kochar, followed by Jaden Pariyat through that final corner, coming into the end of lap number 9. Chetan Surnani there also, and that's car number 66. Advait Zampa also getting stuck there. Bit of help, a bit of push is one needs every now and then.
I think that's a great work by the crew around the racetrack just to ensure that the car is taken off the track and doesn't block the approach of any of the oncoming racing cars. And I think there's a yellow flag that's been waved again. There's Taking the scenic route there was Jaden Parriat, off the track onto the curb, then onto the gravel and back onto the racetrack again, which is why you can see a whole lot of dust flying in the air. I wonder what was the need to do that, because the yellow flag's out, so he can't overtake anyway.
Yes, the yellow flag is out, so that means no overtaking again. That's the third time we're having the safety car out. Well, from this corner, it doesn't look like there's a lot of yellow flags. It's probably only at that one end of the track where the yellow car flag has been there. Krishan Bindal from Bangalore of Quest Motorsport, that's him. It's probably the end of his race as well.
Yes, he's pulled over near the curb. So we've seen a few cars drop out of this race. The JK Tyre Novice Cup, I have to tell our viewers this. The JK Tyre Novice Cup races are never short of drama, never short of excitement, and the odd incident thrown in as well, because these are young drivers who are trying to push the cars to the limit and at times beyond. And due to that exuberance, you will get the odd engine blowout, you will get the odd incident on the racetrack. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Jaden Parriat goes past Gaurav Kocher there.
Gaurav Kocher trying to push a little too hard, just going off the racetrack for a fraction of a second, and that was enough for Jaden Parriat to steal the second place away from him. That's the battle for second and third. Now Gaurav Kocher trying to get on the outside, but covered the line very well. There did Jaden, and this corner will be very interesting. Although Jaden does very well, maintains very good lines, so not allowing Gaurav Kocher to pass by, overtake. No problem for Ruhan Alva as he clocks the fastest lap of this race, 1 minute 18.188 seconds. And I think he's the only one who's got a lap of 118, the rest are 119. Yes, that's correct. So clearly by far the fastest on the racetrack, Ruhan Alva. He's got a gap of about good 3 seconds. He's well ahead of Jaden Parriat, his teammate, as we come into the second last lap, the penultimate lap. And now it will be the last lap. That's lap number 11, done and dusted.
Yes, and this is of course the battle for the second place. You can see Jaden Parriat in car number 5 is in second. Gaurav Kocher is in third. He's pushing hard to try and get up to the top spot. Ruhan Alva is not even in your picture frames. He's at least about 4 seconds faster than Jaden Parriat.
Way ahead is Ruhan Alva, and this is commendable driving. Comes starting at P8 to make it 6 out of 6. Obviously, unless he does something silly here.
And that's the fight that was on a little while ago. We were showing you the battle that was on between Chetan Surineni and Naeem Rizvi. This, of course, is the race leader, Ruhan Alva, untroubled by all that happened, untroubled by the fact that it was a reverse grid where he started on P8, and he's going to now notch up another race win.
Making it a clean sweep, 6 out of 6, and that is job half done for the season to get that level that record of Amir Saeed. Obviously can't be broken unless you add more races to the calendar. Coming through the final corner to take the checkered flag yet again, it's Ruhan Alva making it 6 out of 6. Terrific from Ruhan Alva. Jaden Parriat coming in second, Gaurav Kocher coming in third. Tremendous for M Sport. Once again, it's an M Sport 1-2. Jaden Parriat, remember, started at P7, so he's done a very good job as well to go up and grab a podium place. Chetan Surineni and Naeem Rizvi as well coming in the top 5-6 places. Those are your race winners. Obviously, top of the podium will be Ruhan Alva, Jaden Parriat coming in second.
And I'm sure Team M Sport are going to be delighted, because once again, it's a 1-2 finish for Team M Sport after both these drivers had started with the reverse grid at P7 and P8. So look at the recovery that these two have come up with. I think fantastic stuff.
Gaurav Kocher started at P3, finishes third, so no movement for him as far as positions are concerned. Aman Nagdev and Naeem Rizvi, who started at P2 and P1 respectively, would be a little bit disappointed not to capitalize on the start that they could have gotten, not to capitalize on the positions that they were on the grid. But at the moment, the talk of the town is this young man, car number 27, Ruhan Alva. Brilliant performance from him once again. And there's Jaden Parriat coming in second, and Gaurav Kocher coming in third. He'd be happy to be amongst points as the racers go through towards the mandatory weighbridge. They park their car on the weighing scale. The weight is noted along with the driver in the car. And then, if it's all okay, it's signed off. Those are your winners. Confirmation on the bottom left of your screen. Ruhan Alva once again taking the checkered flag. Teammate Jaden Parriott coming in second. And Gaurav Kochar of Momentum Motorsport, the lad from Coonoor, coming in third to occupy the final spot on the podium. For the first 3 to 4 laps, there was not a single incident, and as soon as Raman said, we've had a clean race, no incident so far. Within that next 3 laps, 4 laps, the safety car had come out. Commentators curse at its best, but in the end, overall, a very, very entertaining, thrilling race, full of skill, full of action, and full of high-speed action. Let's take a look at the highlights of what transpired. It was a very good start. Naeem Rizvi, remember, started at P1. Did hold on to that position, but not for too long. It was, you can clearly see he's quite ahead of the others. It was a good start for Gaurav Kochar as well. He had moved up to second. A very good start for Ruhan Alva and Jaden Parriott. Remember, P8 and P7 respectively. You can see the gap that there was. Aman Nagdev was second on the grid. Obviously started off with the formation lap, and once all the 5 reds went out, again a good start for Naeem Rizvi. Not such a good start for the others. There was a bit of a slow start coming in for Pranit Vatave. Corner 1. It's a rarity in this category that no incident happened. Thankfully, nothing did, and we had a very, very clean start to the race. The first lap, second lap, third lap were all very good. Good racing. Naeem Rizvi took the lead. Was closely followed by 2 Momentum Motorsports in Gaurav Kochar and Aman Nagdev. Chetan Suruneni too tried to utilize that and make full use and try and gain a few positions on the grid, but eventually did not finish in the top 3. By the end of lap number 1, let's see, Ruhan Alva from P8 had moved up to the 5th position. Jaden Parriott had also tried to move up from 7th to 6th. There's a battle between him and Chetan Suruneni going on, and that is where Gaurav Kochar on that turn had taken the lead away from Naeem Rizvi, and Aditya Parsuram too had done a good job. He moved up, but then Aditya obviously lost out. That was a bit of an issue that happened with the Momentum Motorsport car. That was the car of Ashish Mittal, car number 40 if I'm correct. Yes, that was Ashish Patel. Mukul Kumar and Ashish Patel in that battle, and that's when the first time the safety car had come out. By that time was only a 1 lap safety car visit. There's a bit of confusion there in the start. That's Ashish Patel going off the track, getting stuck in the loose mud, the gravel there. Did try to get going. The safety car coming out again. That was the second time the safety car came out. By that time, Ruhan Alva had moved right to the top of the pile from P8 to being the race leader. Gaurav Kochar had dropped down to second, and Jaden Parriott, as you can see, the yellow car, in third. This is where they thought the safety car had gone down into the pits. They picked up the speed and then only realized, well, hang on, the safety car is still there. They all then followed the safety car for yet another round. There was a slight stop and slight halt for a few. He then went on. Jaden Parriott then, this was where Gaurav Kochar tried to overtake, but Jaden Parriott came in second, with Ruhan Alva taking the checkered flag and Gaurav Kochar coming in third. So that was the race highlights.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go.
So now we head on to the prize distribution ceremony. You can see Gaurav Gill, obviously an Arjun Award winner, on the stage receiving the winners. Coming in third was Gaurav Kochar, and then again a momentum M Sport 1-2 with Ruhan Alva taking the top spot on the podium and Jaden Parriott coming in second. Your winners of race number 7 in this category, that is the JK Tyre Novice Cup.
Thank you so much, Gaurav. Thank you so much, Gaurav, for joining us. Gentlemen, stay back. Gaurav, Ruhan, and Jacob, please stay back on the stage. Thank you.
Right, gentlemen. The racers will stay back for a moment as Raman has a quick word with them.
That was nice. So it was a fun race at the end.
Well, overall, you'd say that looking back at how it went with the amount of laps the safety car was out for, did that also influence the result in some way?
Maybe, maybe it might have played a part, but I just wanted to focus on this race because my last race, my brake broke, I was third, and then my brake pedal broke, so I finished 8th after that. So this was a good result for me. Thank you, and for the team.
Well, savor the moment, a podium finish, but let me get to the 1-2 for Team M Sport. Once again, the reverse grid kicked in. I'm going to slot in right in the middle, so I'll get the two of you on either side. Okay, fair enough. This works as well. That's your cam. But just a quick thought, Jaden, you started off on P7. Ruhan, you were on P8 because the reverse grid kicked in. Had to work your way through traffic, and again, you boys did what you've done so well so far this season. Another 1-2 finish.
It's kind of disappointing. It didn't really go the way I wanted it to go. I had a lot of car issues this race, so it's really hard to keep up and make the moves. But thankfully, I pulled that last-minute move for P2, and yeah.
Well, someone's not happy. Despite a second-place finish, despite weaving through traffic, well, I think that's just showing the hunger that you've got to try and win. But Ruhan, let's talk through the challenge that you had. Starting off at P8, had to work your way through traffic in an incident-filled race towards the middle.
Had to focus on the start initially. Got a really good start. Was able to pull up past, I think, 3 cars. Lap 1 almost had an incident. It was really close going into the Mickey Mouse. But was able to be aggressive and get all the positions I could.
Well, it's gone well so far, right from whether you started on pole or you started in the mid-pack. You've shown the mettle, 6 out of 6, and going strong. Looking forward to the next round now.
Definitely looking forward.
Well, go well, boys, and savor the moment.
Thank you so much.
Another 1-2 there for Team M Sport. And what we've got now is the final race of the day that's coming up in just a bit. It's the final race of round 2. It's going to be the Formula LGB4 category race. Stay with us.
That was Raman with the winners. of race number 7 in the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. Ruhan Alba making it 6 out of 6. But now is where we head into the final race of the round number 2 of the 24th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. This will be the race in the LGB Formula 4 category. We'll have 15 laps in this race. It's a dark dawn 1, 2, 3, 4 before we get on to the others. Tijal Rao and Arya Singh will start at P1 and P2. It was a great opportunity again for the Dark Dawn team to get as many podium finishes as possible out of the 3. Remember, they had a 1, 2, 3, 4 also in that previous race today. We'll have a formation lap, and that will be followed by 15 laps of high-octane racing in the LGB Formula 4 category. This will be the final race of the weekend of round 2. It was a good start to the day as far as Dark Dawn was concerned. They would want to continue that, while M Sport, the likes of Vishnu Prasad, Mohammad Ryan, along with Raghul Rangasamy, will have other ideas. Amir Said also will be looking to make his mark. Got a race win yesterday, did Amir Said. Unfortunately, his race ended prematurely today. Had a little incident with the rear right. The tyre suffering considerable damage. He starts at P6, does Amir Said. It's a grid full of former champions with the likes of Sandeep Kumar, the defending champion. You got Vishnu Prasad, Diljit TS, the likes of Meera Erda as well, Chitesh Mandodi, Raghul Rangasamy. Certainly makes up for a terrific finale to round 2. But before we start, we have Raman on the racetrack as he gives a quick lowdown and possibly a quick chat with some of the drivers.
Well, there is live race action coming your way now. It's the final race of round 2. It's the Formula LGB4. And once again, take a look at the grid, how it's lining up. The start grid sees 4 Dark Dawn racing cars at P1, P2, P3 and P4. So the front 2 rows dominated by Dark Dawn Racing. But the interesting part is, you look at P5 and P6 and you'll find 2 Ahura racing cars in the mix as well. One of them is Amir Said's car, that's car number 23. So that's going to be interesting. There's, if I'm not mistaken, Anushriya Gulati as well, who's at P5. So this is going to be a very interesting little sequence that unfolds. But the amazing part is that you don't have an M Sport car in the top 6 on the grid. So there's going to be a lot of traffic that the drivers from M Sport, including Vishnu Prasad, will have to work their way through this this grid. It's going to be very exciting to watch, but can Dark Dawn make the most of another good grid positions from the start on the front row, on the front 2? Can they make it count? That's the big question. We've got Tijal Rao starts off on pole. There is young Arya Singh who's on P2. So keep an eye out for these 2. Then of course there's the experienced Sandeep Kumar who's on P3, and on P4 Ashwin Datta, who'd like to put the disappointment of the previous race behind him. All in all, promises to be exciting race action. Stay with us. It's back to Karthikeyan in the commentary box.
Thank you, Raman. Certainly, we're looking forward to a very exciting race, the grand finale of round 2. Let's very quickly take a look at the grid and see what Raman was talking about. Tijil Rao, Arya Singh, Sandeep Kumar and Ashwin Datta, all dark dawns in P1, P2, P3 and P4 respectively. Anushriya Gulati starting at P5, Amir Saeed at P6. So Ahura Racing has locked up row 3. Diljit TS of dark dawn starts at P7, while Vishnu Prasad, the former champion, at P8. Mohammad Ryan at P9. Shreya Divan at P10. Mira Erida and Bala Prasad at P11 and 12 respectively. Then you got Chitesh Mandodi and Mehul Agarwal, Sharosh Hataria and Mohit Aryan. Akshay Kapoor at P17, Shreya Divan P18, Raghul Rangasamy at P19, Ashok Lal at P20, and then you got Yukeshwaran Krishnavelu at P21, Prayag Shutalyan at P22 and Bashir M at P23. Interestingly, if you look at the grid, there is no Mohammad Ryan there at the moment. That's obviously a man who doesn't need any introduction. Gaurav Gill.
So it is perfect conditions for the race. How hot it is out there? Bloody hot. Okay, so we were once checking tire temperatures.
If you see the grid, on the left side, after the first 4 cars, the 5th spot is empty, and that was P10, and that was off.
But I can have to verify that as well. It can touch between
Mohammad Ryan, P9 in fact, of Mohammad Ryan. So, is he going to start or not? Young members of the JK Tyre crew. Team JK Tyre making it possible. You got just about 3 minutes before the start of the race. Already things not looking good for M Sport. Vishnu Prasad, who starts at P8, is at the moment without his teammate Mohammad Ryan, who starts at P9. His spot is empty on the grid. The yellow car you can see, that's Mira Erida behind that empty spot of Mohammad Ryan. Tijil Rao and Arya Singh will be looking to make the most, and in fact Team Dark Dawn will be looking to make the most of it.
So this promises to be exciting fair. And again, for me, I think the high point is to have those 2 Ahura Racing cars in the 3rd row. Of course, they've worked on Amir Saeed's car to ensure that he is back on the racetrack. But for me, the other interesting part would be car number 24, Anushriya Gulati, who is on P5. Great to see her, the girl on the racetrack, starting off on P5, just behind those 4 dark dawns. It'll be interesting to see what kind of an impact she's able to create if she gets a good start. And I think it'll be wonderful if she's able to work her way up the grid and maybe get a podium finish. I think it'll be a fantastic result.
Certainly would be a dream result for Ahura Racing, like one they had yesterday with Amir Saeed taking the checkered flag. Now, can Amir Saeed, who starts at P6, do what he did yesterday? Can he pull another bunny out of the hat? That will be interesting to see. He's got 4 dark dawns ahead of him, first of all, to deal with. We have a formation lap and then 15 laps in this race, the final race of round 2 of the 24th JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship. Off they go for the formation lap. Still no Mohammad Ryan on the grid, so clearly M Sport have lost one of their drivers as far as this race is concerned. Earlier we saw Mohammad Ryan's car out of the track and onto the gravel, onto the side areas, so clearly that's the end without a start for him.
Remember, his car had taken a hit and had lost the nose. He'd lost the nose of his car earlier, and I think that was a problem. That's the reason why.
Now you're talking about the Drivers' Championship. Vishnu Prasad continuing to lead. He's got 29 points. Sandeep Kumar with 23. Amir Saeed as well has got 23. So that's your top 3. Diljit TS in fourth with 22 points. He'd certainly want to add a few in the race to the Drivers' Championship. Then you got Tijal Rao in fifth. He's got 20 points. Arya Singh with 14. And Mohammad Ran with 14 as well. Sohail Shah only has 14 points. Arya Singh, Tijal Rao, Diljit TS, Sandeep Kumar, all Dark Dawn racers will be looking to catch up with Vishnu Prasad, who's got 29 points. Finished fifth in both the races in this round as Vishnu, so he's got 8 points, adding up to the 21 he got from round 1, so that takes him to 29 points. Diljit TS getting the race win and adding 10 points to his tally of 12, moving on to 22 points. So the formation lap is almost done. Be very, very interesting to see how the 4 Dark Dawns who lead the pack as far as the grid is concerned, how they deal and what's the strategy going to be like, what is the planning, and if there is going to be a teamwork, what will be the ideas of young Amir Saeed, a young fearless driver known for his pace. Robin spoke about Anushya Gulati in P5, Diljit TS in P7, Vishnu Prasad starting at P8. No Mohammad Ryan. And off they go for the final race of the weekend. It's a very decent start there for Tijal Rao, car number 9. In fact, car number 9 of Sandeep Kumar, also a very, very good start. And on the inside comes Amir Saeed. He's going toe-to-toe there. And in fact, he's moved up to second as Amir Saeed. That's terrific. Although there is an incident there with the M Sport car, you can see.
Absolutely. Coming down the straight at great pace. That was Mehul Agarwal of M Sport, and straight away there's a red flag being waved there, or that was what happened. I think just coming down the straight at great speed, and the nose of his car colliding with the car ahead of him, and oh, there's I think another incident. Was that Anushya Gulati involved in that? But this of course is a different incident altogether.
Right, this is what happened at corner 1. That's what happened. Just, making contact with the back of the car, and the nose goes flying for Mehul Agarwal, the lad from Kolkata, and goes into the side railing, the steel railing that is there. It was a good hard impact, but obviously with all the safety measures that you spoke about, Raman, the car has.
As the safety barricades are there for ensuring the safety of even the ground personnel that are present, the crew that's present at the racetrack, marshals to keep them secure as well, along with the driver. But I think he braked late, did Mehul, caught the car ahead of him and went into a spin as he slammed on the brakes a little too late.
I think if it's a red flag, the race will be restarted, and that means Amir Saeed would be a bit disappointed. Started at P6 very quickly by the end of corner 1 and 2, made it to the second position, and now he'll have to go back and start again at P6. Life can be a bit cruel at times.
Well, I think he'll be telling himself if he can do it once, he can do it again. And that's the mentality of winners. That's what happened. You could see Mehul Agarwal braking very, very late as he went into that corner, collided with the car ahead of him, and I think he's got himself to blame there.
Cars now getting back to their starting position on the grid.
And remember, post that corner, 2 corners down, there was Anushya Gulati's car that was, I think, involved in an incident, got probably hit from behind. So she's now rejoining the grid on P5. Since the incident took place on the first lap itself, and luckily her car is running, so she's not going to lose any grid positions. She gets another shot at starting this race from P5.
Absolutely. I think if there's another car that's missing apart from Mohammad Ryan, and that is of Mohammad Ryan is P9, who's not there, and then we've got Mohit Aryan as well. Mehul Agarwal was obviously the one we had that incident in the corner, first corner. So Mehul isn't there. We have got Mohammed Ryan out as well. So 2M Sport out before even the race has officially begun.
So it hasn't been a great weekend for Team M Sport in the Formula LGB4 category. So they'd hope that things change now. Remember the previous race today saw the Dark Dawn racing team clinch all 3 positions. In fact, the top 4 drivers were from Team Dark Dawn Racing. And the way things are lining up, Karthike, on the grid here, I think there's a great opportunity for Sandeep Kumar, the seasoned campaigner, the champion racer. This is what happened. Again, taking a look at that incident at regulation speed. 5 minutes before the restart of the race. It will be a 15-lap race. And I'll come back to the point I was making. That Sandeep Kumar, who's on P3, starts this race on P3. He is second in the overall driver standings. He's 6 points behind Vishnu Prasad in the overall driver standings. But if he can finish as a winner in this race, of course there's a big if to that, there are 15 laps to race. Vishnu Prasad, remember, is starting off on P8. So he can actually cover up that gap in case Vishnu is not able to finish among the top 4 or 5 and Sandeep is able to notch up a race win. I think he could very well take a lead in the Drivers' Championship.
Well, the gap between Vishnu and Sandeep is 6 points. Remember, Vishnu's on 29, Sandeep is on 23. So if, as you said, a big if, Sandeep wins and he gets all 10 points, so he moves on to 33, then Vishnu will have to be finish 4th or above to stay in the lead. If he finishes 5th,
they'll be tied on points.
They'll be tied, and below that, it will be Sandeep who will take the lead. So very interesting things folding out as we come to the last few minutes before the start of the race, and rather restart of this race.
So it just puts things into perspective. For those of you watching, what's at stake? Remember, it's not just a race win. It's an accumulation of points in the Drivers' Championship. There are 4 rounds. We've seen one round happen a couple of weeks ago at Coimbatore. This is round 2. There are another 2 rounds still to come in the National Racing Championship. So winning this race alone isn't enough. You've got to try and notch up race wins across the 4 rounds, across the 3 races that happen in each round. An overall of 12 races in the season. So it's about consistency as well.
Absolutely. And as I say, the most consistent drivers go on to win the championship because it's not, as you said, not about one race. It's about over the period of the season and what you do. But as far as the Constructors' Championship, Team Championship is concerned, they've got a very healthy advantage here. Dark Dawn, they've got Sandeep Kumar, Diljit TS, Tijil Rao are racing 4 in the top 6, with Vishnu leading obviously and Amir Saeed in 3rd. So with regards to the Team Championship, they are in a very good position, are Dark Dawn. Now about close to a couple of minutes left before the start of the race. This time again, had a very good start, did Sandeep Kumar, and he'd be hoping that he can repeat that. Tijil will be hoping that he, who is starting at P1, will go on and get a decent start himself. R Racing had a slightly disappointing start with Sandeep Kumar going on to take the lead, and Amir Saeed overtook all the other 3 Dark Dawns. So that is something that could be running on the minds, and they want to make sure that they don't make that mistake again. Don't allow that to repeat again. His aggressive starter is Amir Saeed, and there's something that we'd be keeping an eye out for.
Not much time left before we see a restart to this race. Full 15 laps, remember. We're into the formation lap now. So this is where the drivers are just going to get their car engines revving, make sure that the tires are warmed up, get a feel on the racetrack as well, before we see them come back on the start straight finish for the official start of this race. This just, remember, is the formation lap.
Again, quickly, we'll talk you through how the grid lines up. Tijil Rao is at P1, R Racing is at P2, Sandeep Kumar P3, Ashwin Datta P4. It's a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we got Anushya Gulati in 5, Amir Saeed, the young lad who's been so impressive, he starts at P6. Then Diljit TS at P7, and then comes the first M Sport of Vishnu Prasad in P8. Mohammed Ryan isn't participating in this race. He skidded out of the track even during the formation lap, and that's the reason why he's not here. in this race. Chirag Ghorpure starts at P10, Meera Erda at P11, Bala Prasad at P12, Chitesh Mandori at P13, Mehul Agarwal obviously not here because of that crash that we had earlier, the corner 1 crash. That was car 14 off for Mehul. He would have started at P14. Sarosh Chataria starts at P15, and they've got the likes of Raghul Rangaswamy, who's had a very disappointing weekend. Raghul, he starts at P19. Remember, the former champion Raghul Rangaswamy is at P19.
You can see the the windmills in the background, and you can see how still those fans are, how still those spokes are. Otherwise, it's generally a very windy at Coimbatore. Today the sun is out, it's shining bright. That's why the track temperatures are also a little on the higher side. It's not as breezy as it was yesterday, where there was a bit of cloud cover. There was a strong breeze blowing across the track. That's not the case today. It's going to be hot. As far as the racetrack is concerned, the temperatures are hot. It's going to be a little hot under the helmet in those Formula LGB cars as well. So it's about 15 laps around this 2.3 kilometer long circuit. It's going to be a test of endurance and concentration for these drivers, along with the skill.
Well, it's 31 degrees outside at the moment, Roman, in Coimbatore and Chettipalayam. So the track temperature probably be a little higher as well.
Of course, remember yesterday it was around 24 degrees. It was pleasant. There was a healthy bit of cloud cover, different conditions today. So drivers will have to react accordingly. Lights go off and so do the cars. What kind of a start have we got from Tijil Rao? It's a solid start thus far.
Very good start for Tijil Rao. Good start for Sandeep Kumar as well, and Arya Singh. And Sandeep, in fact, has taken the race lead even before he heads into the first corner. This is terrific from Sandeep Kumar.
Yes, just as they were approaching the 150-meter line, a couple of cars skidding off the track onto the gravel, but luckily rejoining without much ado.
I mean, that was Arya Singh and Diljit TS, both Dark Dawns, just going off the track momentarily, but getting back on it. And that's played in the hands of Amir Said. He's moved up to 4th now with Tijil, Sandeep, Ashwin Datta also in the mix of things. Vishnu Prasad remains without a very good start. That's how the grid started.
Yeah, but that'll change. Of course it will. At the end of the first lap, you'll see a confirmation of what Kartikeya was talking about. The fact that Sandeep Kumar had a brilliant start. Tijil tried to cover the line when he went ahead of Arya, and it left the door open for Sandeep Kumar to go past him. And I wonder if that's changed.
Yeah, that has changed. This Tijil Rao, who's now taken the lead back from Sandeep Kumar. At the moment, it's a dark dawn 1, 2, 3 with Tijil Rao leading, Sandeep coming in second, and Ashwin Datta in third, followed by Amir Said. Vishnu Prasad has moved up to 5th, while Anushya Gulati is in 6th at the moment. A decent start for her as well.
So once again, a battle between two Dark Dawn Racing drivers, resulting in benefits for some of the other drivers in the mid-pack.
Well, this will be interesting to see how Diljit TS now deals with it, because he's dropped down a few places. Arya Singh himself as well has dropped down a few places. Will they be able to move and slowly claw their way up the pack? We'll have to wait and watch, but at the moment it's the 3 Dark Dawns up ahead that are battling for the first and second position. Now Sandeep on the inside trying to make the move, but Tijil Rao is maintaining a very, very good line, so he stays as the race leader.
I think this is also time for some of the drivers from Dark Dawn Racing to maybe remember what the point standing looks like in the Drivers' Championship, and realize that some of them might be in contention to take the lead. Tijil for the moment is the race leader. He's got Sandeep right behind him. The national champion is trying to get past his teammate. And then there's Ashwin Datta, who'd like to put the disappointment of the previous race behind him, where unfortunately he was involved in an incident. His car nose got hit, his car was damaged, and he couldn't continue the race.
Well, Ashwin Datta, he's not had a very good week, and in fact the second half of the first round as well wasn't good for him, so he now would certainly want to finish on the podium and get his form back. And talking about the Drivers' Championship as well, Raman, there's not much difference between Tijil and Sandeep Kumar themselves. There's only 3 points, so there's going to be that bit of motivation for Diljit Rao as well to go on and finish the race as the race winner, because there's only 9 points now between Tijil and Vishnu Prasad. So if Vishnu doesn't finish in the top 8 and Tijil wins the race, he can go on and take the sole leadership of the race.
Of the driver standings, yes. So that's the reason why Tijil is not willing to budge an inch. Sandeep Kumar be saying, I've got the best option, of taking the race lead. 15 laps, remember, that's the overall distance they've got to cover, 2.3 kilometers per lap, so there's a fair bit of driving still to be done.
Well, certainly there's a lot of driving, and obviously one lap is 2.3 kilometers itself, and with that, that tells you there's so much more that can happen in this race. Now the top 3 have peeled away from the others, while there's a bit of pressure from Vishnu Prasad on his former prodigy, one can say, Amir Saeed. But Amir Saeed, well, he knows what he has to do. He's learned as well a fair bit of tricks off the trade from Vishnu Prasad.
Yes, remember both of them were with M Sport. Last season he was driving for Team M Sport in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. The yellow flag out, and I wonder if that's just for that particular corner. C1 car number 8, Mohit Aryan's car, just going into a spin, but that yellow I think was just for C1. No overtaking allowed in the time the track cleared out. I don't think that's the problem for the race in its entirety.
It's very interesting, Raman. In this round itself, we had Tijil who was leading, and now we've got Sandeep who was leading, then Tijil is back in the lead.
Absolutely, and we just took a look from the drone cam. This is of course the view of Tijil Rao leading Sandeep Kumar, who's followed by Ashwin Datta. But I get a feeling that Amir Saeed's been overtaken by Vishnu Prasad. Just behind these 3 Dark Dawn racing cars, in 4th place currently is Vishnu Prasad.
So Vishnu started at P8, has moved up to 4th now. A little bit of incident that happened the start of the lap, that 2 Dark Dawns went slightly wide. He's taken full advantage of this, and yes, you can see now Amir Saeed is back. He's like, well, if you can have a go at me, I'll certainly have a crack at you.
Yes, that's the beauty of this. We're talking about it, how in the JK Tyre Novice Cup last season, Amir Saeed was racing for Team M Sport. He was mentored by Vishnu Prasad, who was a seasoned campaigner and who races in the Formula LGB4 category. And now, come into the new season, and Amir Saeed is racing for Ahura Racing and goes head-to-head against his former mentor, Vishnu Prasad of Team M Sport.
Now it is Tijil Rao who's leading the race. For a moment there, Sandeep was trying to get ahead, but so far Sandeep has to settle for the 2nd place. Ashwin Datta, it seems, very content with 3rd, and possibly in the last couple of laps, if he want to, and he may try to make his move to move further up the podium. But I don't think any of the Dark Dawn team principal or management will mind this. It's a 1-2-3 at the moment, and Amir Saeed is doing a very good job holding Vishnu Prasad back. But as we speak, Vishnu takes the inside and is making his move. Get that confirmation in a minute if he was successful, and in the background you can see, yes, he was, it seems, successful, and he's overtaken Amir Saeed. There has Vishnu Prasad, but Amir Saeed, he's not letting go. He's now on the inside in the background. We'll just get to know in a minute. It's the 3 dark silver arrows, Dark Dawns, and Amir Saeed has wrestled the lead back again. This is terrific from young Amir Saeed. Get that in the background of these cars, and now Amir Saeed has gone wide. Amir Saeed has gone wide, allowing Vishnu to move ahead in 4th.
That's the drama unfolding for the 4th place. Remember, the top 3 are pretty much having a battle of their own. As you can see now, Sandeep Kumar trying to make a move, but there's a lot of action happening in the mid-pack as well.
Well, throughout that last 4 or 5 corners, Vishnu tried to take the lead from Amir, did that. Amir took it back, then Vishnu took the lead, then Amir took it back, and then again, finally, it was maybe the lack of experience in this category.
But I wonder if he was just pushing a little too hard with Amir Saeed, and that's the reason why...
It's going slightly wide and out of the track.
Yes, just slid off the curb onto the gravel. Goes wide here, does Tijil Rao. Tend to get a lot of momentum as you go into the corner. You're trying to use the slingshot effect to get momentum as you come down the straight. You can see the drivers trying to line up one behind the other, and that's just trying to use the slipstream effect, trying to reduce the wind drag that you might get, which is something that the race leader has to contend with.
Well, you You win some, you lose some. If you are leading the race, you have to deal with something. While I think if you get the checkered flag, I think you're happy dealing with that for 15 laps.
They say if you stand out, you're always the marked man, aren't you?
Absolutely.
So that's the case now for Tijil Rao. He's leading the pack, so he's got to take care of the wind resistance. And there will, of course, be an opportunity for Sandeep Kumar if he gets close enough to Tijil Rao, gets his car close behind Tijil's car to reduce the drag and maybe spot the opportunity for a move.
But so far so good as far as Tijil Rao is concerned. A couple of occasions it has been Sandeep who's led the race, but now Tijil looks rather comfortable. It's a comfortable 1, 2, 3. Ashwin, I'll be delighted if he finishes on the podium, because he's had a last few rough races. The luck hasn't been with him. So if he does get on the podium, maybe that's one kind of race you need to get your form back.
I think another point that all three Dark Dawn Racing drivers need to remember is if it finishes in this order for them, it's a win-win for Tijil Rao and for Sandeep Kumar, because Tijil Rao straight away from 20 points will move up to 30 points with a race win, and Sandeep Kumar from 23 points will move up to 31 points, and that's exactly what you want. You want to gain maximum number of points, and if Vishnu Prasad does finish 4th, he will hold on to the Drivers' Championship lead, but by a slender margin. Just a very, very slender margin.
That'll make the third round even more interesting. And, well, I have to see what Amir Saeed can now do, because he's a young chap. He's now chasing Vishnu Prasad.
And remember, the margin would be of just a few points, because Vishnu Prasad's currently on 29 points. He'll get 5 more points if he finishes 4th in this race, which will take him to 34. And so, Sandeep, if he finishes 2nd, would just be 3 points behind Vishnu Prasad in the overall driver standings, which is just the way you want it to go. There are 2 more rounds to come, another 6 races to come in the championship.
No, and I saw that in the background. I'm not very sure, but I do have a feeling that Amir Saeed has done the trick. He's caught up with Vishnu Prasad, and he's just chasing him down, and that's very good to see from a young man. And can he just close that gap a bit? Because the further Vishnu goes back, the more happier Dark Dawn will be. So far, it's the front 3 in Dark Dawn. The Silver Birds of Dark Dawn, with Tijil Rao leading, Sandeep Kumar 2nd, Ashwin Datta 3rd. Then there's that huge gap of a few seconds, and then comes in Vishnu Prasad. You can see the yellow car in the background, chased down by Amir Saeed. That's one of the cars that has stalled, of Mars.
I think this is going to be close, because it's right on the racetrack. So that's the reason why you can see some of the other drivers signaling to the ones coming behind them that there's a blockade. There was Diljit TS who raised his hand to ensure that he's telling the other drivers that there is obstruction on the racetrack. No overtaking allowed at this point of time as you go into the corner, because there's a stranded car on the racetrack.
I think if I'm correct, that Mars car is either Akshay Kapoor or Priyanshu Talyan. These are the 2 members of that team. Yes, the safety car will come out. The yellow flags are being waved. So no overtaking. This could be a bit, this could play in favour of Vishnu Prasad, because the lead that these 3 had built up, that's been taken away now.
Yes, it was Priyanshu Talyan, the driver from Delhi who drives for Mars Racing, who went into a spin, and then of course his car stalled right in the middle of the racetrack, prompting the safety car to be brought out. And this might work in favour of Vishnu Prasad, because that gap that had built up between the 3 Dark Dawn Racing drivers and Vishnu was running 4th, now that gap's gone.
Absolutely, the gap is gone, and all of them are now all bundled up together. May even also play in favour of Amir Saeed, the young lad, because he's always one who has a good start, likes to drive fast, likes to get on the block very quickly, and the Dark Dawns must be thinking all the hard work that's done has been, well, to an extent, if not completely, wiped away.
And that's going to be probably taken in the positive. And they've got to tell themselves that it's a job half done. You've done it right so far. Do more of it and finish it off. It doesn't matter if the safety car has been brought out. It doesn't matter if the lead has been wiped out. The 3 or 4 second gap that you'd built up between yourself and your competitor, that's been wiped off. you've got to try and do it again. You can do it once, you can do it again. That's what they've got to tell themselves.
Absolutely. I think these are the kind of situations where Vishnu Prasad thrives in. Gets the slightest of opportunity, and he'll be the one who'll try and take full advantage of that. Well, the car has now been moved off the track, and it is not in the line of causing any damage. So hopefully we'll have the safety car leave the track.
Nine laps gone. We're in the 10th lap of what will be a 15-lap race. The lights have gone off the safety car, have they? Difficult to tell from that angle. We'll get a front angle to get a clear view of whether the safety car is going to go into the pit lane. Tijil Rao, who's got the best sighter, I think he thinks the car will be going into the pit lane. It has. So the safety car goes in the pit lane. We're back to racing action now. And it's up to Tijil. How does he play it? When does he choose to accelerate? Because till that time, as they go into the corner, they've got to hold positions the way they were.
And off they go. From that corner, Tijil Rao has gone off flying. So is Sandeep Kumar and Ashwin Datta. Vishnu, who had about a good deficit of 3-4 seconds, he's made that up. And now this is the time where Vishnu Prasad, Amir Said will try and catch up with the pace setters, the race leaders. And it's all up to the likes of Tijil Rao, likes of Ashwin Datta, if they can fend those chasers back. So far so good. To corner 1, 2 and on to corner number 3. It is the Dark Dawns in 1, 2, 3. Diljit TS now, who's way behind in the back. This gives him an opportunity as well to move further up and try and get into the points position.
Gotta try and be a little more careful here. This is the business end of the race. And for Dark Dawn Racing, the 3 drivers, I'm sure this thought will be running through each and every one's mind. It doesn't matter what position you're in right now, just make sure that you finish in the top 3 the way it is. There shouldn't be a M Sport car there. I'm sure that's probably what the team principal would be thinking of. If you're a Dark Dawn Racing team principal, you'd be saying, whatever happens, gentlemen, this works very well in favor of the driver standings as well, works very well for the team championship as well.
He certainly will be thinking, there can be a change in the 1, 2, 3, but certainly not a change in 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what he would want, the team principal. And Vishnu Prasad there putting a bit of pressure on Ashwin Datta. Ashwin has had not a great last couple of days, today and yesterday, and in fact the last day of round 1 as well. This is the perfect opportunity for him to bounce back. We know the kind of character he is.
Yes, he's a young lad, he's a very talented driver. And I think right now he's got a job on his hands. The first task for him as he's running third is that he's got to try and keep Vishnu Prasad at bay. Oh, the 3 Dark Dawns are going for it. Sandeep Kumar has taken the race lead. Tijil Rao's dropped down to second. Ashwin Datta's third. There's a change in the race leader now.
Terrific from Sandeep Kumar. He waited for that opportunity, slightest of windows, and he capitalized on that. Well, Ashwin Datta, he's doing a good job holding Vishnu back as the 2 in Tijil and Sandeep go at it. But they have to make sure that in this battle for the first position, they make sure that it is a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3.
And I think Vishnu Prasad, who's running fourth, the yellow that you can see behind the 3 Dark Dawn Racing cars, I think he's biding his time. He's waiting for the opportunity. He's waiting for a moment, that error, if at all it does come from the Dark Dawn Racing drivers, in case they get into a battle of their own, then the door opens for Vishnu Prasad to capitalize on it. So I think he's a seasoned campaigner. He's been in this position before. He knows what to do, and I think he'll wait for the right opportunity.
Absolutely, and I think Amir Said too is trying to make the move on the inside now on Vishnu Prasad. It's tire to tire as far as those 2 are concerned, but Vishnu does get that 4th position back for himself. It is a 1, 2, 3. Now Sandeep on the inside, car number 9. Tijil Rao on the outside takes the lead away. It is Tijil now who leads the race. Sandeep Kumar has given the lead away. Look at them 2 having a go at each other, while Ashwin Datta does the job of shielding them against Vishnu.
Oh, Vishnu's trying to throw everything at it, just taking the car over the curb in a pretty strong move to try and get ahead of Ashwin Datta. That hasn't paid off. Amir Said now tries to make a move on Vishnu Prasad, takes the outside line as Vishnu closes the gate. I think this is going to be very exciting and I think very competitive all the way through. We're in the business end, remember.
Final few laps remaining, and the problem for Vishnu is he's trying to chase. The problem with Vishnu, either he's trying to chase Ashwin Datta, or does he hold the young man in Amir Saeed back?
Well, it's the 13th lap of the race, remember, Karthikeya. It's 15 laps to overall, so another 2 laps to go after this. 13. Remember the number. Some consider it unlucky. Dark Dawn, they'd be hoping that everything runs smooth for them through this lap and through the remaining 2 as well.
Well, they come through the final corner, and that means they've gone through the unlucky 13 without any problem. Now, who finishes first or second? That's the kind of question that they'd be asking. And it is Tijil Rao who at the moment leads. There is Sandeep who's in second. That's car number 9. Ashwin Datta in third.
I've got to give credit to the way Ashwin has raced in this particular race. I think he's done very well. A lot of times you tend to get carried away and say, okay, I'm going to take the chance and try and overtake the 2 drivers ahead of me. What he's done is put his team first and ensured that he's also, while he's maintained his driving line, he's not left the door open for Vishnu Prasad to pass him. So I think great team effort and a very, very sensible drive so far.
Amir Saeed!
Yes, he goes past Vishnu Prasad, does he? Can he hold on to it? He did go past Vishnu on that corner. On the long shot, we'll get a clear picture of whether he's actually been able to complete and consolidate that maneuver and take the 4th place.
This is certainly one of the most exciting races of the weekend. At the top, in the middle pack, and it does seem that Vishnu has, yes, he's been able to.
Oh, 2 cars slide off, Karthik. I think what happened was Amir Saeed did overtake Vishnu just for a brief moment, and then his car just went off. So Vishnu again reclaimed the 4th place. That's exactly what it is now. As we head into the final lap now, it's 3 Dark Dawn racing cars in the lead at 1, 2, 3, and then there are 3 M Sport cars chasing them down.
Well, this is certainly very, very exciting. The top 3 in Tijil Rao, Sandeep Kumar and Ashwin Datta doing a very good job from start to finish. It was like this, although there were times when Tijil and Sandeep had exchanged the leads, but very unfortunate for Amir Saeed. They did try to make his move on that final lap to try and get onto the 4th position. Did also succeed momentarily in overtaking, but in the end, just going off the track, and that allows Vishnu Prasad to remain in 4th.
Now this is probably just about less than a kilometer to go in this final lap of the race. Got to be sensible here. Of course, you understand Sandeep Kumar wanting to push and go for a race win ahead of Tijil. Tijil just raises his hand, letting Sandeep know, hang on, don't try anything now. We're just towards the business end of this race. It's the final few meters to go. Let's take it the way it is as they come around the final bend onto the straight. There's a yellow flag being waved as well, which means no overtaking is allowed, and that ensures that the race win will go to Tijil Rao. Look at that.
He's absolutely delighted, isn't he? Because obviously the yellow flag was out. He knew that nobody can overtake him. He's going to get the checkered flag, and you can see the delight, the way he was swerving through towards the checkered flag. Very well done, Tijil Rao. Very well done, Team Dark Dawn. It's yet another 1, 2, 3 for Dark Dawn in the LGB Formula 4. Tijil Rao taking the checkered flag. Sandeep Kumar coming in second. And a very important and a very valuable win for Ashwin Datta as well. He's had a horrid time in the last few races, but he's back and back with a bang, getting the 3rd position on the grid. The safety car is out, albeit doesn't make any difference because the race is over, done and dusted, and it is a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3. Second time today, second time in 2 races today. Although Diljit TS took the top of the podium earlier today, he is not on the podium. Tijil Rao moves up to 1st, Sandeep Kumar in 2nd, and Ashwin Datta gets a much needed podium finish. Vishnu Prasad did try hard, but in the end just wasn't enough for him to get a podium place. Amir Saeed, you have to feel bad for the young lad. He had a very, very good race till the final lap, and in the final lap when he tried to make that move on Vishnu Prasad to go on and move ahead of Vishnu to take the 4th place, momentarily did so as well, but in doing so he slid off the track Raghu Rangasamy as well among points position. So that's very important for M Sport as far as the constructors and the team championship is concerned. You still can see he's pumping his fist. He's enjoyed that as Tijal Rao. He's delighted and he's having fun. And why should he not? It's his second podium today and the race win as well. Tijal Rao, Sandeep Kumar, Ashwin Datta, a dark dawn, 1, 2, 3 in the final race of the day. Going through the mandatory weighbridge with drivers in the car will be weighed, and if that's all okay, they'll sign the document and move ahead. Tijal Rao, remember, had multiple surgeries as a young child when he had the rare clubfoot, overcoming all the odds, and here taking the checkered flag. An inspiring story, a true champion, Tijal Rao. And with that win, Tijal Rao now, as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned, moves up to 30 points. Sandeep Kumar will get 8. He moves up to 31. And Vishnu Prasad, who came in 4th, will get 5 points. So he's on 34. So it's getting really, really tight at the top as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. Although with this 4th place finish and 5 points, Vishnu Prasad continues to lead. Vishnu of M Sport, the lad from Chennai, former champion, gets 5 points, and he's about 3 points ahead of his closest rival. That will be Sandeep Kumar on 31. And obviously these are all provisional results, but a brilliant 1, 2, 3 twice for Dark Dawn today in the LGB Formula 4 category. A decent result for Raghu as well. Raghu Rangasamy, remember, started at P19 to end up amongst points position. Vishnu from P8 managing to finish 4th. Great effort from Amir Saeed as well, although in the end just fell short on the final lap, putting that extra bit of pressure on Vishnu Prasad, and in the end losing his way. That's Ashwin Datta finishing 3rd on the podium of Dark Dawn. So that's Tijal, the race winner. It was an exciting race, a brilliant race. Let's very quickly watch the highlights. Got off for the formation lap. From then, when the race started, that was a problem straight away for Mehul Agarwal. That impact, losing the nose of his car and then ramming into the steel railing, was a good, proper hard impact. Obviously with all the safety measures in the car, he was obviously okay, was Mehul Agarwal. Safety car had come out. Then the race started. On that occasion, Diljit TSNR Racing going slightly off track, wide. And that allowed Vishnu and Amir Saeed to move up ahead. Amir obviously started at P6. He moved up to 4th position. Vishnu from 8th moved up to 5th. This was the battle at the top with Tijal Rao, Sandeep Kumar and Ashwin Datta all going tyre to tyre, bumper to bumper. Tremendous result for Dark Dawn. At times it was Sandeep who was leading. At times it was Tijal Rao who was leading. Ashwin Datta was in third throughout, and I think he did a very good job shielding the front two from Vishnu Prasad. This was another great epic battle for fourth and fifth between Amir Saeed and Vishnu Prasad. The longest periods it was Amir Saeed who was leading, but then made that slight error and slipped off. That was Priyanshu Talyan, car number 999, going hard on that corner, sliding. Ashok Lal avoiding contact and moving ahead. This car stalled in the middle of the track. And that is why the safety car had to come out, and all the lead that the front three had built up, the distance between themselves and the likes of Vishnu and Amir had been wiped out. And that's when the race restarted. There was a proper epic battle going on for the first spot between Tejal Rao and Sandeep Kumar. They may be teammates, that's all fine, but they want that checkered flag. That's where Sandeep Kumar took the lead from Tejal Rao, but Tejal was having none of it. Sandeep Kumar that continued to lead. Vishnu Prasad was there in fourth, and with the yellow flag out, you could see he was already celebrating, was Tejal Rao, as he crossed the checkered flag. A Dark Dawn 1-2-3, a tremendous result for Dark Dawn, a very, very good result for Tejal Rao, Sandeep Kumar and Ashwin Datta. Much needed points for Ashwin, the lad from Chennai. So that brings us to the end of the racing action as far as round 2 is concerned. We've had 8 tremendous races in 3 different categories. The JK Tyre Novice Cup, the JK Tyre LGB Formula 4 and the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. Great result for Dark Dawn in the LGB Formula 4. Great result for M Sport in the Novice Cup category. And Anish Damodar Shetty going on to win both the races in the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. Now on to the prize distribution ceremony. We've got a man, as I say, who needs no introduction, Gaurav Gill, on the stage, and he'll be joined shortly by all the race winners. Coming in as second runner-up, third place finish for Ashwin Datta. Much needed podium finish for him. Had the last rough couple of races. Sandeep Kumar coming in second. Remains second in the Drivers' Championship. Only 3 to 4 points behind Vishnu Prasad. And there's your race winner, Tejal Rao.
Please pick up your trophies. Congratulations. Not bad, Tejal. You're able to...
A Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3. Even though Diljit TS is not on the podium, you can see the delight on his face, the smile. All smiles are Team Dark Dawn. Ashwin Datta third, Sandeep Kumar second, and Tejal Rao winning the race. Now we'll have Raman Manoj joining the race winners for a presentation
Second time
ceremony.
today, gentlemen. It's a Dark Dawn monopoly on the podium. Well done, boys. And Ashwin, overcoming the disappointment. Well, let's have a round of applause for the way they've done their job today. The three of them, good teamwork and overcoming the disappointment of what happened earlier.
I mean, it's been a struggle for me till now, and finally breaking it, breaking the curse and getting on the podium, and also for the team feels really, really good, and all kudos goes to the team, and without them I wouldn't be here, and also all of us. So I'm just so grateful for the team, and yeah, looking forward to more of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s next round, and also the next round after that.
Spoken like a true team man. Well done. Job well done, Ashwin, today. And especially the way you were holding off Vishnu as well. For the team, I think super stuff. While we were on the broadcast, we were trying to contemplate and calculate, what the driver standing looked like and the points difference that was there among the two of you. And of course, the man who was leading the Drivers' Championship, Vishnu Prasad. So we're trying to do the math. And I wonder, while driving in this race, Sandeep, you were doing the math in your head as well.
Yeah, I think it was last race. So yeah, I think we are up there in top 3 now in the championship fight. I think I'm looking at the long run. So to be consistently on the podium every time around to the best possible, I would say, the way. And big thanks to Dark Dawn, every mechanic in our team. I mean, they put really a lot of time into developing the car through the week. We had a tough first weekend, but I guess second week made up for it. 2 more weekends to go, so heads down and aiming for the big one.
Congratulations on the way it ended today for the 3 of you. Let's have a quick chat with this young lad, unassuming, but he does his job well. Tejal, congratulations.
Yeah, it's been a tough weekend for us. I mean, coming from last round, I really had to make some improvements. And I think, my team has really helped me and we have really showed what we are capable of. And, having 2 washouts on the podium is really cool. And, 2 more wins, I guess.
For someone who's battled a lot of adversity early on, from a very early age, to now taking on the challenges that racing brings, just talk us through the mindset that you go into a race with.
Nothing much. I don't think about the adversity. That's it.
Well done. Congratulations and savor the moment, gentlemen. The 3 of you, well, definitely the Dons on the podium today for Dark Dawn Racing. Congratulations, gentlemen. And of course, while of course we've had that conversation with our podium finishers, that also brings the curtain down on the broadcast that's coming your way for round 2 of the JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship. That's all that we have for you, coming live from Coimbatore. But remember, in a couple of weeks' time, we'll have more racing action coming your way right here from Coimbatore for round 3. But for now, from the entire production and programming team bringing you this live broadcast, it's goodbye and do take care of yourselves.